Bam. What up, tuna? How's your day going so far, Tunes? Sir Tuna? Sir Tuna of Tunington? Made a feast for yourself today? Nice. Your bam scared me. Well, you bammed first, so it's only fair, I think. What am I even doing? This. Boo, ah! What's up, Tebow? Oh. Because I realized if I make a ton at once, I can put it in the fridge and heat it up at any time. Any other, Jesus, Tebow. Got spooked. Yeah, that's pretty much what I do all the time. I just make a big dinner and then that dinner is leftovers for the next day or whatever. You know? I fixed stream cord, so now it's actually doing the thing. But I think it's just the YouTube API. It sucks a butt, you know? Anyway, oh, I need to have this popped up. Tebow, you ready to draw a monster in your honor? At least I think that's what we're doing today. Seems like the thing to do. Did Tebow redeem already? He did. He did. I'm very tired right now. I was about to get coffee. Like leave and get coffee. Or just grab some coffee. Give me like a bit. Okay. I mean, I was gonna say we don't have to do it today, but if you're busy, but it is something we could do today. All right, let me do this. Okay. What up? Yo. How's it hanging? Tell me about your lives. Let me turn my lights on behind me. I always forget to do this. I really just need to have like a button that does everything for me. It's so hot where I live. 32 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that means. That's freezing point in Fahrenheit, so 89. Yeah, it's like 90 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a lot. Some might say that's a lot. Do you know the calculation to change Celsius to Fahrenheit is the temperature times 9 divided by 5 plus 32, and that equals the temperature. Why do you multiply by 9 and then divide it by... No, you multiply it by... Wait, 9/5? That's wild. I don't understand. Anyway. Well, the toot is here. The toot has arrived. Too specific. You're too specific. Good morning, good morning. Hello, Nova. Nova was drawing some very cute stuff yesterday. I caught her stream, and it was very cute. The little, small guys, you know? Speaking of, I don't do this enough. Why does, there we go. Half y'all are probably sleeping when she's streaming, but check her out anyway. I guess I have to do push-ups. Let's go here, and then we'll pop this open. I gotta get better at aiming this thing. There we go. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Toot. It's basically divide by 2 if you don't mind not getting specific. That's fair. Yeah, I just don't know why the formula is 9/5. Like, it should say, like, it's not 9 divided by 2. Yeah, 1.8. Like, that's just a way better way to say it. Look at him doing it with ease. I'm getting better, I feel like. Yeah, it's kind of, like, grossly humid here. I don't think it's that hot, but... Yeah, it's 72, but it's just, like... humid as heckaroo. It's been raining a bunch. That's actually kind of good to know, though. Wait, what is it on? So it's the number Celsius times 2, basically plus 32, like plus 30, like probably gets you around the right number, right? Like 32 times 2 would be 64, plus 32 would be, yeah, it's Earth plus 30. Yeah, if you're wanting to do like an easy-ish conversion, that's actually nice. Math. I'll have to try it next time one of y'all says a Celsius temperature. Today we're probably gonna be drawing a Tebow card, a card for Tebow. The old god, the old. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Y'all can ignore me. Sorry, let me find the things I need to find here. Card layout, card template, piece. There we go. Yeah, I also need to do, I started doing my, I guess we'll do this while Tebow does his, gets his coffee. Is it late for you? Is this why you stay up all super late? You're drinking coffee at like 5 p.m. No. Likely story, Tebow. Likely story. I started doing my little card spotlight things. I guess we could show the audio for now. On. I drink coffee for the taste, yes, but it has caffeine in it.
The lone dark arts necromancer draws on the power of death.
their force is growing with every fallen foe. And with the power of death at their side, it is said the necromancer never truly dies. So and then I'll go to say the rest of it. But I started this. And the cool part is this is a templatized format. The lone dark arts necromancer. So the card goes... Caffeine schmaffine. I love how people are like, yeah, no, caffeine doesn't affect me. It's like... yes, it does, Tebow. Yeah, so that's the answer. Draws. I do want it to have more because after it hits, it kind of, I don't think it will work for, you know, people with the lone dark arts necromancer. People who have low attention spans. I basically, by the time it gets to like, it's like 10 seconds, which you really should probably have something every 4 or something like that. But yeah, card goes. TV, you're imagining Boba being human-shaped or something different. Yeah, I was wondering the same, but we'll get to that in a second. But yeah, it's nice because it's templatized, so I can literally just click on this, and I can change out, like, if I want to swap these cards, I can go, whoop, and then it swaps it, right? And then that's it, you know? So it's super nice that I can just swap the cards, which is pretty cool. I was thinking of having like the entropy crystals. Oh, sorry, hold on. There we go. The entropy like crystals like growing on the border kind of thing. What if you put a unique sound effect at the very start? Probably not. Mostly. Or put a unique sound effect. Oh, like unique to each card or unique to... Okay. I was gonna say if it's a unique one for every single one, I feel like that, like if it's just one specific effect that's in at the beginning for all of them, then maybe. But if it's a unique effect per card, then no. Because that is kind of against the point of templatizing, right? Because then I'd have to, you know, spend more effort on every single card. The goal is to make this easy. Give you an example of a YouTuber does that and it works for them. And yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Like just like a, I don't know, when like people do like, yeah, like little like, the goal is to not hurt yourself. Exactly. Yeah, it gets to whatever. But yeah, I was thinking of having like the table start cracking and then like entropy crystals starting to grow around the border, so it like just adds some visual interest, you know. And then I'll swap to the next part, which will be me explain what the card does, and I'll probably have like the little like icons like pop out and stuff so you can like read them better. And then I think I'll probably do tabletop simulator gameplay, likely, because it'd probably just be the easiest to like record it and show it off. But okay, what do you need from me, boss? Okay, I just want to show off that while we waited. No. You have a god. Well, honestly, I just need lore, really. What are you looking for? Because like, is Bobot a robot? I know you call it the Rusted now. You said it was like a magic person who has like a, is it magic rust? Like a magic rust corruption? For anyone who doesn't understand what the heck I'm talking about, Tebow has this little character. It's so small. How do I zoom? Zoom, enhance. This character, and this is the inspiration for the card redeem he's doing. So we're doing an old god card in this sort of flavor. So I'm trying to decide whether I do it as like a human sort of template, like we use the like player card sort of humans to make this, or if we kind of make it more like a, you know, more just like monster-like, right? Because monsters have like real. It's weird because both monsters and creatures have more human or like more realistic proportions in this style, whereas the people have silly stick character proportions. Amalgamation. Tuna, stop trying to influence people with your golem wanting habits. Not golem, chimera, whatever. I can't. My brain's not working. I'm just being silly anyway. I kid. A rusted is a mage that has casted more magic than the body can handle. Basically, overcasting rusts the body too much. Of that, it's basically irreversible and very expensive. Okay. Fully rusted becomes feral since the magic underneath. Okay. Make it have all limbs. I kind of like it not having all limbs, although if it's a person, it's not really gonna, like in my style, they don't have limbs, you know. So it's gonna be interesting if we make it more person-like. So I guess here's the thing: we can either follow the lore and make it more like a person corrupted by magic that kind of fell to the dark side, or we can make it more visually like your thing and make it more of a monster creature, right? Funky alien. It's Tebow's little guy. Someone be very damaged or something. I mean, it is a human though, right? Basically a living statue usually though. Probably more creature since corrupted human defeats your humans versus monsters. Yeah, I think I like the idea of just making it more visually like what your thing is rather than making it more lore focused, right? I mean, I could see the lore being kind of correct because like decay and entropy and all that kind of have to get a foothold on humanity, and it probably gets a foothold via like bad stuff, right? Like the way it enters from its realm to ours is that like it enters through its like through decay and stuff like that. It kind of decay and rot and that kind of stuff. It actually enters from its realm to ours, right? Like that's the bridge, and then that's how it gets a foothold on Luan. I was about to say Luan. Aluna, that's the name of our place, right? So you can use zombies or ghouls to visualize a reference instead of rot decay. It's more like rusted materials. Yeah, I was almost thinking like the Iron Sentinel, but like rusted and stuff, like a decayed Iron Sentinel. I have oxidized copper too. That's type of thing withered away. Yeah. I mean, it can just be its own creature. I think we do a creature design based on your concept, right? Anyway, let's do it. Let's make it more of a creature then. I think we've decided on that. This is just our reference. The creature will look like your creature and have that sort of rusted dealio. Sounds great. Yo, Anonymous. La Creatura. That's how they say it. What up, Anonymous? How you doing today? How's life? By the way, what do you think of the elf? I'd say it's more sketch concept rather than finished, but I like it. Yeah, no, you did a great job. I mean, definitely improving your shading and stuff like that. It's good to work on your techniques and all that. I think you did good. Yeah, I meant to say something yesterday, but I had it was a holiday for us. I don't know if it's, I'm assuming Memorial Day isn't a global thing. So I was hanging out with family. I had yesterday off too. Is that like a thing for all around? Is that a global holiday? Or is that specifically American? It's a funny little guy you have next to him. Oh, it's I always forget his name. From Peak. Bing Bong, yes, that's it. Bing Bong. Why does my thing feel tilted all of a sudden? I don't know, whatever. For us, it was a Sunday, Monday thing. 2-day thing. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Good bro, how's your new... How are you? How's your new video was good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry. I was trying to... It's live. It's acting on its own. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I've been just trying to do the more like devlog like thing just to get stuff out, but hopefully I'll also have... I have another video in the works too, but we're all... Honestly, I might not do another video, like a more serious video for a bit, because I'm doing a bunch of shorts, but we'll see how that works. I don't think they're the kind of video that can get like super popular, but it's better than not putting anything out at all. You know what I mean? I don't know what it's for. Something about God, I think. Oh. I'm not even gonna attempt to pronounce that. Also, hello, Yui. I didn't actually say hi. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Wait, no. I said hi earlier. No, I didn't. I don't know. Either way, hi. Welcome in. Also, by the way, D2, I realized next day that you gifted me a sub. Thank you. There you go. Oh, yeah. You did it after you left. Okay, so we're doing a creature-like thing. I want to get, like, the shape similar, and then, yeah, maybe we make it, like, kind of like a rusted creature-like thing. I do want to give it, like... weirder, what am I trying to say? Weirder, like, posture, I think. So I'm kind of collecting my thoughts here. Probably the... Never mind, it's fine. I was gonna say, probably the thing to post that would have been stream chat, but this works. I'll check that out later. It's kind of got more of an oval head, but we're just kind of blocking it out. I do like the, like, one arm thing, honestly. I think it looks good. So we kind of got this. I kind of want it, like, almost hunched over, maybe. Now I gotta draw legs, you know what I mean? Popped in my mind, wondering what you both think. Lots of legs. What the? That's crazy. Maybe like Spider-Man pose, but not heroic. Yeah. It's cool, but for a different monster, yeah. It's more robot-like, I feel like. Let me look up the Spider-Man pose for a second. Yeah, maybe not quite, but yeah, similar sort of idea where it's kind of... Oh, what are you doing? I'm just trying to get like my ideas out here. We're not really doing anything too serious at this exact moment. Right now, his balance seems extremely off, but I kind of like the long limb look. I do like the honestly, I do like the weird rib part thing here, and then we'll probably make the coloring, yeah, like oxidized copper. I think that'll be cool. I'm kind of trying to convert it to my style, and I think something sort of like that. I need to find a good pose. Zombie pose. Zombie be. It's in your head, in your head. Zombie. You know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? That's upsetting to me. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through zombie poses, and that was weird. Oh God, I am so far behind. Yeah, I need to start doing videos like that. Yeah, dude. I mean, it'd be cool to see what you do. Your game's cool. I already read that. Meow meow bing bong. Indeed. Tuna has many ideas. It's true. Tuna's an ideas guy. Different pose, but for sure, yeah. Wasn't me. Just gaslighting. Maybe like already read that. Golem. Yes, like Golem. Like if I was what now wasn't me. Yeah, I think I'd make my lore have them become more primal, behaving like a mix of an ape and a golem. I see. Yeah, zombie feels like too, like looking at zombie poses right now, it feels too like just weird. Maybe we look up golems. And we could have it walking on its like fists, you know, if we want to do that sort of pose. Meow. Oh, do you find your way around? Good work, kitten. Very smart. I have my door closed and she found her way around instead of yelling at me through the door. She's got receipts. I'm not Delulu. Check Discord. You're cooked. Tebow, what if the thing was surrounded by a whirlwind of elements? I think some sort of magic would be kind of cool. It can be called elemental amalgamation. That fits, right? Seems intentionally us, not random. So like randomly casting spells, but shouldn't not look like there's just always magic surrounding it, if that makes sense. Yeah. So it's casting magic, though. My only problem with doing like the sort of ape-like pose is that the what's it called? Is that the shard brute already has that sort of look to it. It could be spewing elements out of his orifices. I was almost thinking of it like freaking laser beams. Not intentionally per se, as it becomes a husk of a mage, more like a lion would bite. I think it intends to harm, but the magic's known spells come through, I guess. So it's basically just like it's spells it uses it doesn't really understand. It kind of becomes like, it's interesting because yeah, it would go from being like a wizard to a sorcerer, right? Like the magic just becomes an innate part of them, rather than it being like known what the spells are, and then it becomes kind of feral. It's kind of an interesting concept. I need like a good pose. Nothing's coming to mind here. Feel free to share poses if you feel so inclined. Hear me out. Have him leaning backwards, facing the sky, as have holes in his face, multicolored beams coming out of it. I was thinking, honestly, the like that sort of pose, but the idea of having the Fallout Ghoul lore, but or some are not feral. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. What are these? What are what's? What am I working on? Is that what you're asking? Zombie ghouls, robots. So we are doing a card based off of Tebow's this guy, which is kind of a zombie ghoul robot. So he redeemed a card, and we're doing it that. Yeah, I don't hate the idea of like the screaming into the sky, like with just like, although it kind of, I don't know. Ice Middles. What are you doing? Yeah, hi. It's hard to get that sort of like, hi. I don't know. I need reference. Kitten. That's my carpet. Maybe we'll just look up some ghouls. Fallout. I think we're just gonna get all Fallout show instead of Fallout. Yeah, it's funny how much of it's the show instead of what's type of game. Check chat. Okay. Ah, ooh. Yes. Thank you. This is good. I think he forgot. He thinks he didn't gift me a sub. I think you're getting gaslit, Yui. I like the I like this one. Through those real quick, of course, easy. I like that he's not deliberately standing like that. It's more beams pushing him back to the position. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I do like this one, though. I think I like this guy. One arm raised. I do like the single arm, though. I know that's like not necessary. You said he doesn't have to only have one arm, but I kind of do like the one arm. Maybe I'm crazy. How was it that time already? Part of me is tempted to do the push-up redeem less often, but more push-ups. But then again, it's also probably good to take a break for a second. It just sometimes my brain's like, but I'm in the middle of something. But it's probably good to step back for a second anyway. So I don't know. It's always weird. Oh, it's hot. Honestly, I'm taking off my hat. It's too friggin' hot in here. Maybe one arm. All right. How will he be doing a cartwheel with 3 limbs? Beats. Exactly, you get it too. Where's the whimsy? It's your design, Tebow. Yo, DDP, what's up, dude? What if one arm's spectral? I don't think this pose would look good with one arm up. Well, I guess it could be like here. Mage hand. More like mage arm, you know? Like his entire arm is like wasn't that a thing in Adventure Time? Where he had like a spectral arm? Am I crazy? Can we have this guy canonically being bigger than Golem? No. Like Stone Golem? No. That doesn't make sense. Unless it is just a creature, but... Yes, that was a weird arm situation, yeah. This might work. I know this looks like just a hot plate of garbage, but... This is more just for my thinking than anything else. I guess I can do this. Like, what are we all looking at? No one knows. Elvis. It's gotta be more like... Elvis is like a reverse heart shape. Kinda looks like a butt. Ribs. What if... Wait, I forgot Golem is like 3 plus human sized. Are you saying Stone Golem, or are you talking about Golem as in like from whatchamajiggy Dispatch? Because if you're talking bigger than Stone Golem, you've lost your mind. Maybe 2 times bigger than a human, otherwise arms and legs being... Stone Golem, I forgot he's huge. We need to remind you real quick. I should hear Han. Use my search tools. Stone Golem hero. This is Stone Golem. That's a person. Stone Golem is the size of a mountain. That's a person. That's a person right there. He looks like he'd be taller than me. Yeah, I mean this guy does look like he was. Look at your wallpaper. Yeah, I mean it's not to scale. I mean World Ender is way bigger than this too. Stone Golem and World Ender is even bigger than that. World Ender. World Ender. This is a castle. Like World Ender big. I don't know what to say, you know, these are people. This is an army right here. Pyromancer's stealing the show and wallpaper, yeah, kinda. Generally thought I would be able to pat Stone Golem on the head. Nope. Stone Golem is the size of a mountain. I mean, you could. You'd just be standing on his head, you know? This rib cage's gotta be, like, wider. I guess the way they have it is the shoulders are, like, here. I need to be using different colors to figure out the separation of stuff here. The other shoulder's like back here. This one's gonna be casting a spell. This one. It's gonna be on the ground. I almost like the hands just being almost like, because like one of the things you have in your drawing is like, oops, this post contains misinformation. I kind of like, I know, like I kind of like how Bobot just has spikes for legs. You know what I'm saying? Pyromancer stealing the show on the wallpaper. She only thought, or that you still can tuna. I like hiking. Perfect excuse. There you go. Isn't it funny that Endling can technically one-shot a Stone Golem? I guess so. Yes, Dispatch Golem is a better comparison then. Okay, yeah. Got long, weird fingers. Spike legs. Do we like the spectral hand idea? Because I feel like that'd be kind of cool. Hey, what you doing, huh? You trying to attack me? Get over here. Get over here. Get over here. Get over here. Okay, she's gone. And she's gone. Generally baffling how many details I miss in art. Like Husk being a turtle. I think the more baffling part about that is, like, I feel like I've mentioned it a lot of times. Don't remind me. Baby turtles, baby turtles, baby turtles. Remember that time Toot almost cried from baby turtles?
Baby turtles. The end.
Don't remind them. The end. I guess this should be farther back, so it's like here. And this leg should kind of be behind the arm. Baby turtles. I like this pose, it's cool. I like the design too. Like I'm kind of a little bit making the over proportioning it, like I'm making it more dramaticmatized, but I like this idea, but I don't necessarily want the magic to be in front of his face. So we'll give him like weirdly proportioned arms, which I think is fine. The beauty of monsters, you can kind of do whatever the heck you want. Oh, I accidentally removed his face. Wait. He could have like glowing eyes and like a little fire coming out of it or something, but make him look more magic-y. But I kind of like this. I think this is cool. How big is this dude then? He's only one with fingers, so I imagine he could touch the top of a roof without a house without jumping. I mean, it's not like 100% true. Monsters have more, again, have more anatomy than people. Like, I mean, like Shardbrute technically doesn't have fingers, but he does have fists, you know? But I suppose, yeah, he's got more realistic anatomy. You might be kind of right. Used post my art site for what I meant. Oops, link. Banned. You've been banned. I don't know what you mean. For what you meant? Oh, I see. Yeah. I see what you're saying. I think this is like similar pose. I see what you're saying. How you made it kind of look intelligently. Yeah. We could flip the old hand around. Just wondering if it's gonna look as cool, you know? Because we could just, I mean, it's pretty much, it's a very similar pose. I'm just, oh my god, why? Like we could have something like that, but the pose itself is similar, but he's kind of doing more of a... I don't know. I can't picture it right now. Fire wings. I don't know. I kind of like this. I don't know. I'm gonna think about it for a second. I'm trying to see it and I don't see it. You know what I mean? I know. Like I understand what you're getting at, but I'm not sure I see the vision. Like what kind of spell is he even casting if his hand is down? You know what I mean? Like I could see a spell being cast on the ground or something, but it's not like I disagree with the idea, though, I guess is what I'm saying. I just having a hard time visualizing something cool from that. Like burning something down, crackling lightning. I think it's compositionally, right? Like, I guess I can make it work. I'll give it a shot. I do like what I have right now, but I'm going to see if I can. I'll give it one shot, and if that doesn't work, then I'll go with what I have. How do I do this? Just do it like this. Just get rid of the whole arm. Son of a gun. Ah, son of a gun. Dang varmints. He's casting lightning, I guess, at the ground. Not sure if you're against reaching toward the viewer idea. I'm not against it, but I feel like I'd have to redraw what I have. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we could do a take 3, but also that perspective is difficult. That's difficult. Especially without, like, obscuring his face. Yeah, that's gonna be too hard. I mean, I could have it in front of him instead, I guess, if that's what you're saying. Like, I could do... like, his arm is reaching here. I think it'd be cool if it's casting multiple elements once. Yeah. Perspective is hard. The front of the body. What size stuff? Yeah. We're about to hit an ad, aren't we? Minute and a half. This kind of looks like a superhero landing, like it's punching the ground and electricity's coming out. All right, you have 3 options, Tebow. You've got option 1, reaching forward, option 2, reaching down, and option 3, spellcasting, reaching up. I think I'll do one of those. Honestly, most of it's for a time thing. Like, I could try to get more of your vision, but I think I need to... One of the things I need to do when I'm doing these cards is not get, like, too lost in the sauce trying to get exactly what people want, right? Because, like, I'm happy. Like, I would be happy with this, or honestly, any of these I'd be happy with. So I don't want to, like, obviously, like, pushing toward what you guys want is cool, but, and you spent money, you know, beach coin on it, but I think there's a point where it's like for me, it's time wasting in a sense. Does that make sense? Second one is my preference for lore correct. First one looks best, obviously, but makes it seem more intelligent and dangerous, which can be good too. Well, you have 3 minutes to think about it because we're about to take a break. Honestly, I'm happy with any of them. Yeah, give it some thought. We're gonna take a break. I'll be back in 3 minutes.
I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system for my game that lets players craft their own spells. And after years of searching, I finally...
Hey, I'm Beats.
Physics is a tricky theme to adapt to a board game. However, to tackle it, I decided to make gravity one of the main sources of movement. At first, I thought of a Tetris-style approach where everything moves downward, but I thought that was kind of dull, so I brainstormed a bit and came up with a space concept. I could use planets and other celestial bodies to manipulate gravity in different directions. That led me to my first major card type, celestial bodies, consisting of planets, moons, asteroids, stars, and black holes. Each one has its own mass, which determines how hard card that pulls things, and a directional arrow that tells you which way it pulls. They also have an energy value, which players can use to convert into power. I chose a square format so that they could be used as tiles on the board, and then digitally painted a celestial body for each of them. Up next are player cards, which I called ship components. Not sure it's really fitting anymore, but that's what I called them. They come in 4 flavors. Effectors, which did things like reduce mass or change the direction of gravity. Creators, which spawn additional celestial bodies onto the map. Propulsion systems, which give you extra movement options. And power systems, which grant you power that you can spend on more movement, or the other card types, provided you have enough. To match the sci-fi look, I decided to give these cards a hologram HUD sort of design. I'll admit I borrowed some elements from one of my other projects. Despite that, I highly recommend self-plagiarism. It may seem like cheating, but it's no different than downloading assets, and this way you can have a unique visual identity across all your games. And with that, this is Stellar Shift. At the start, players place their ships and a few celestial bodies on the map. After that is player phase, where players use ship components to move across the board and manipulate celestial bodies. And then comes the shift phase. During shift phase, each celestial body activates, one at a time from left to right, top to bottom, pulling ships based on its mass and direction. If you get pulled into a celestial body, you lose the game. After that comes the next phase, where each player will place a new celestial body somewhere on the board. The cycle then repeats until there's just one pilot left standing. Or flying, I guess. Overall, I think it turned out all right. The games are usually extremely quick, lasting 2 to 3 rounds, which is maybe a little bit too fast, but kind of a refreshing pace compared to my other games, which can last hours. And this game would also be best to be played with a chess clock or something like that to keep it from getting too tedious. If you enjoyed my part of this video, check out my YouTube channel, where I talk board games, card games, tabletop RPGs, and game design as a whole. Hi, I'm Nathan, and today we're going to be discussing what makes a good stat system. We'll be going over examples of what makes a good and bad stat system in both tabletop games and video games alike, along with how I implemented these concepts into my game Soul. To start, what am I talking about when I say stat system? I'm talking about games that have base stats that affect your character at a core level, such as strength, stamina, agility, intelligence, etc., and so on and so forth. These stats in turn affect a character's ability to perform actions directly or often indirectly by affecting other stats that in turn affect their actions. It's all very complicated. Dungeons & Dragons is a great example, with the primary stats affecting each skill, giving them bonuses. For instance, someone with a high intelligence also gains a bonus to their arcana. So, now that we're on the same page, what makes a good stat system? Well, to answer that question, I like to answer another question. Does a game even need a stat system? No, it doesn't. Next question. No, but seriously, they don't. But they do help add character diversity to a game at its base level. When originally making Soul, there was some debate whether we should have a stat system at all. At the time, I was taking a lot of inspiration from U-Realms Live, which had no core stats. This sort of game allows for a lot of freedom and simplicity. In U-Realms' case, a character was built solely on their cards in their hand, with no stats to affect their dice rolls. This meant a character couldn't excel at anything that wasn't listed on their cards. Conversely, a game with a stat system allows a character to have innate strengths and weaknesses. For example, Dungeons & Dragons allows a character with high strength to deal more damage with their melee weapon compared to a character that doesn't. So is it better to have a stat system than not? Well, it depends on its integration into the game, which is also the answer to our question of what makes a good stat system. A game with a well-integrated stat system allows it to influence the entirety of the play experience, while allowing for each stat to be just as important as the others. Let's take a look at a game that failed to have a good integration of its system to see what I mean. Diablo 3. Diablo 3 has 3 core stats: strength, dexterity, and intelligence. These stats granted damage for each of their respected classes and were called primary stats. For example, Monk's primary stat was dexterity, and Wizard's was intelligence. Each of these core stats will grant defensive stats as
raspberry
well, such
cheese
as strength,
Danish
granting armor,
that I was
dexterity.
supposed to eat with breakfast for like the next week. And I've eaten all of it in like 2 days. No, it's not for you. Not for you, kitten. I pick one, rule of cool. One like what we originally did, or one like 1, 2, 3. But that's what we originally did. I don't know. I should number them. Oh, that's 3 then. Okay. The first one we did. Sounds good. I think it looks cool, right? It looks like a spell assassin monster, which is, I guess, different than what you're going for, but at least it has the monster vibe and the spell vibe, you know? Plus, like, coloring-wise and stuff like that, we can make it kind of look like your guy. Maybe the magic should look a bit wrong, like Palm on Fire 2. I can see that. Mix of elements like fire and lightning, yeah. Produce flame, indeed. I need to drink some water. We can make it more ghoulish too, like exposed bone and stuff, as we add like detail to it. Do we like the idea of like a spectral arm, or do we not want that? Would you have to explain the spectral arm? Do all those creatures have it? It's a good question. I would kind of imagine that it's like this is some sort of like magic amalgamation, so it would have it be like, it depends on the like what the creature was formed from, but like it would have just magic capabilities, and if it's missing its arm, it sort of instinctually has that sort of magic. I don't know where like your lore and my lore like collide though, right? Like, I'm thinking the more, like, when I think about this, like, it's probably, like, it could be human. But, I think more likely it's, like, some sort of, creature from the void. Like, this is whatever creature, like, some sort of human-like creature that was corrupted after the fall of the first world. That makes sense, like, because timeline wise, right, there was a world, and then it died because of the gods of entropy, and then they kind of went to sleep, and then the new gods were created, and then they're doing their thing, and then the old gods are like, nah, we wanna this can't stand, and then they attack the new world, right? So like that's kind of, so like this creature would be part of the old world and be like a weird corrupted something magician, you know, magic man that's part of the monster. Like it's like its body, magical like body is being used for attacking whatever. So it's basically a magic zombie in my mind, but can we have it be like some sort of spirit that absorbs magic? I feel like it doesn't feel like a spirit. I feel like that would be a cool thing to have, but I don't know if that's this. You know what I mean? Oh my god, that's why they're called old gods, not just because they're older beings, but literally the old ones, correct? They used to be the gods. Assumedly, there's like more than just the god of entropy, but the entropy was the only one. Like the entropy gods aligned, killed the, you know, the old good gods, and then went dormant in their entropiness. That sound, you can't say that out loud. No one clip that. Yeah, you gotta look at the lore, Tebow. It's there for your reading pleasure. The body's a shell husk. Yeah, that kind of idea, right? It's like this body is what is left of a person, and they just used its magical capabilities to whatever, you know, to do the thing. I guess this one would be separated. Just having a hard time drawing the arm. It just needs to be skinnier. But I do feel like spirit, but it will feel like a spirit depending on what you do with mouth and eyes. I guess. I mean, I could see like energy coming out of the eyes, right? But push up, sit up. Is this Tebow's redeem? It is. I don't like its hand being like. Let me look at Tebow's little guy hands here. Making you draw hands, you are. I do kind of want them to be like yours though, or they're kind of just like. Like bits, you know? Little strings. Maybe? I don't know. That is kind of what your guy has. We could make him more like claws. Push-ups. Not talking about giving it spirit, talking about naming something spirit related, just giving it gives me, I don't know what that is, so let me look it up after I'm done. Or send me a thing on Discord. lost count, so I did 2 extra. It's probably fair to say that these rusted creatures are affected visually more than just rusting, like elongated fingers. Yeah, magic is wild. Yeah. Damn it, Tebow. He clipped it.
And their entropiness.
What?
That sound, you can't say that out loud. And their entropiness. That sound, you can't.
It's like the yeah, I don't know. It's funny. Anyway, what am I doing? Enter a what? It's like the P like ad thing. The meme. I don't even know how to explain it. I think you know what I'm talking about. What am I looking up? Bob Bushka. Oh, Babushka. Wait, I don't know what that. I don't know what you're talking about. Tuna, you're gonna have to send me something. Isn't that just like the whatever? All right, spectral arm, yes or no? Don't they use that in Russia for grandmothers? That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm confused. I guess we'll just put it on a separate layer. We can decide after. Oh, like the Russian nesting dolls? I don't see it, Tuna. I don't see it. How do you not see it? Is this like the potion that looks like Popeye situation? Looks like Mike Wazowski from Monsters Inc. Y'all are crazy. I would vote no spectral arm, though it would look cool. Maybe just thinking too much world building instead of what looks cool. Well, here, I already drew it as a spectral arm, but we can think of it like this. And then let me know what you think. He looks like a guy, you know? Technically his leg is supposed to be behind his arm. I think that's part of the problem right now. They should be like this. Right? No? I don't know. Yes. But this leg is in the wrong spot. I need to fix some things. No, it's the leg arm thing. I mean, his arms and legs and stuff, like his proportions are messed up for sure. But I'm also kind of leaning into that. You know what I'm saying? There is a point where I probably shouldn't lean into it as far, but he is like a weird monster, so I was kind of just letting it happen. You can also try moving the spectral arm up a bit and rotating it so it's not covering his face. Yeah. Again, it doesn't have to be spectral. We could make it. Oops, I didn't mean to make it bigger. We could do that. Now it almost looks like he's like, huh? Tuna. What the fuck? If it's spectral, it would show the body more. I'm fine with it either way. Yeah. Sorry, don't mind me. I keep hitting a button and it like changes how things look, and I'm unsure how I feel about it. Sorry, you know how weird I get when I don't say anything for a while. I'm just kidding anyway, but I don't actually care. Tuna's been more unhinged lately. Blame Toot. You don't care that's cold beats? Yeah, I know. What can I say? I'm just a cold-hearted person. It's a little weird, but like proportionally and whatever, but I'm just gonna run with it at this point. It's like good enough, you know what I mean? Toot warm him up. Has Tuna ever been hinged? Yeah, it's true. I don't know. I'm trying to think what I'm doing for the background here. LB, I love you. Love you too, Toot. What environment? Yeah, that's exactly. It would be in, for my lore, it would be, could be anywhere, but not sure on what it would eat and stuff, or just make it look cool. Yeah. I meant with workouts, but suppose they're on cooldown. That works too, of course. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to decide. I mean, probably, like, maybe we just put it in the mountains, like, it's... Because, like, that's where the mages are. I could also see a swamp. Swamp or mountains. And then maybe, like, kind of like a ruined buildings around that. I think mountains would look cool color-wise. Ruined cellar of a temple or something. Yeah, I could potentially see that. Mineshaft goblin. I'm thinking for a minute. I don't know, visually I feel like snowy mountain sort of thing. We have to go soon, so can you... So you can pause or just go with the wind. Yeah, I mean, either way, I'm cool with whatever. Typically I would say I would keep going, but if you really want me to stop, I can. We can just do something else. As long as I get you to, like, start us off, you know, and get the vibe of what we're going for, usually. I think I like the idea of, like, a snowy landscape. I think it'll look cool to accent the character. Oh, just go wild. Go with the wind is more poetic, but I said go with, yeah, you sure did. I think like a ruined snow town sort of thing, like Mage's Tower, but like destroyed. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna redeem a boss monster for Neth in a couple streams. I'll probably be ginormous living statue, and I'm wondering if it makes sense for him to inspire, like, having a ton of arms. Just want me to draw a lot of arms, huh? I could see something like that. Sorry, I'm picturing everything here. Maybe this thing consumes magic, and so it, like, goes after spellcasters and stuff. So, like, we've got, like a library or something here that it's, like, trying to eat. I have a vision. Do you actually like that idea? Neth being a boss rush with phase 2? I don't know. I think it might be too complicated, but I'm unsure. I think it would probably work the other way around, where it acts as like a shield, like phase 1 of a boss that gets drawn. I think with any of this stuff too, though, like any redeem, again, I'm not like guaranteeing what the effect is. You know what I mean? Especially because we really gotta like make sure we have everything correct for the oh god, the perspective's so weird here. I'd have to think about it though, Tuna. I suppose maybe I think I mean, I don't know, maybe that could work. This feels like it should be behind the thing more. We're just gonna draw it and see what happens. This might not need an effect if that's what what this is, or what he is. Yeah, that's true. For this, we had some ideas, but I don't know what would be fun. Yeah, I think we gotta figure out what, what am I trying to say? What would work? I think he's like, this is definitely a chaos monster, but I do gotta figure out what that means. So probably something curse-oriented. I don't know, I'm getting so detailed with the background all of a sudden, but, you know, here we are. Beats, I'm here to work, not make you implement random things. That's true. That's true. I guess I'm just unsure. I'm having trouble drawing and thinking at the same time right now, I think, is the problem. I could see potentially having a phase 2 thing. That could be kind of cool. But also thinking about Neth right now is feels a little scope creepy right now, because ideally we're working on the decay deck, right? I'm trying to finish that off. Obviously we're doing a chaos creature right now, but because it makes the most sense, but for what Tebow is envisioning, and I'm fine with doing that, obviously. But yeah. So I want to figure out something that will work and not something that I find cool. No, for sure. I'm not. Hopefully, I wasn't like sounding like I was implying that. Mostly, I'm just struggling to think and work at the same time. And also, yeah, like it's hard to think that far ahead right now because I haven't even considered anything for Neth right now. Let's see. If I made this a D&D creature, I may use Ape as a base and add Wild Magic table for actions or something. That'd be pretty cool. I like that. I'll redeem when Decay is done. I mean, it's fine if you redeem it before that, but like... I don't even know what we're doing with Neth or Null. Not Null. Neth or Bogatet. I haven't really thought that far ahead yet. But if you want to redeem it, I'm not going to stop you, you know? We just would have to pivot and focus on the ability first, probably. Or, I mean, we draw it and then figure out what the ability is after. I guess that's kind of what I was getting at with, like... the ability isn't predetermined. Like, there's a good chance that if we make the creature, the ability will just kind of follow eventually, you know? We just kind of figure it out afterward. Because the art doesn't have to be, like, exactly what the creature does, right? I mean, obviously it's nice to have it, like, sort of complement it, but I'm not going to be super picky about it. Okay. But let's see. Also, Nath can only be finished after the other decks are done. Yeah, if that's what the plan is. I still don't know what the plan is with Nath. I mean, part of the plan would be, like, maybe not have him have... Or wait, no, I guess he could have his own boss monster, and then all three of the other boss monsters. I don't know if that's, like, too freaking crazy, though. Or maybe it's, like, not bad at all because the bosses don't synergize with it, and so it'd be weird. I don't know. It's hard to say. I notice I talk at uncertainties a lot. Or something like may do. Yeah. don't know what that's about. You aren't committing too early. That's good. True. In some cases, maybe, but for the most part, making choices, then editing them later is better than having a lot of options and no structure. Yeah. I don't know about Bogota as in the effect. What if they had a cap on how many cards it can have on the field? Although that might not do much depending on what the cap is. Honestly, I was kind of thinking the effect could just be that because it's solo, it would be effects that apply to your allies now apply to you. Like to yourself, but I'm not sure. Because there is like one of the ideas of the perspective's all sorts of weird here, but you know, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. One of the interesting things about a god meant for solo play is that you could use it as for 3-player, right? Because like for 4-player you could play against two gods of nothing, right? But for 3-player you'd probably play against Bogotet and a god of nothing, right? Like that's how you do the scaling. But I don't know. So having like doesn't affect or effects work with your ally, or your ally's effects work with yourself is kind of weird. Or that, I don't know. This is like a half blown up tower or something, library, I don't know. And then in the background we have like mountains. Like the background. Let's do this real quick. Whether we actually make this guy blue like Tebow had it, I'm unsure. I know you mentioned rusted, so I'm not totally certain. I guess we'll see. Well, it might not do much depending on what the cap is, yeah. World Ender, Maw, and Whale, generally good, so they feel like they could work in any deck regardless. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say, but probably. The idea for this card, Death Effect, allows players to search for 1 or 2 spells, reshuffle, and then not sure about during play. I do like that as a Death Effect. That is cool. Okay, so if 3 players meant they'd have to face OG Bogotet, that changes him from solo boss to a support. Well, it'd be both, right? Like if you wanted to play solo, you would play him as solo, but if you wanted to play 3-player, you'd add him as like the additional whatever. Yeah, no, color was old design, now more skin colored or something, looking like rust. You could also make it the usual black / dark blues with pink patches. Yeah, I was thinking we could either go with like corruption being like crystals in this aspect, or we could do actually like the beetle thing we did, where it's like the bronze and green, but I also don't know how that would look in the style. Like, I think that might look weird. Yo, Bean, what up, dude? I have to go now for dinner. Bye. Bye! I'll do my best to make you proud. What's up, Bean? How's life? How's beaning? How's beaning around? What's up, Beat? What's up, Bean? Beans? Beans and run. I don't know. So maybe the effect could be something like it's stronger in that scenario, but doesn't do much in solo. I can see that. World Ender becomes ridiculous in 3-player setting, so it already makes Bogotet scale with the number of players. Right, yeah, I guess I didn't consider that. It'd be both decks. Ooh, would they draw from separate decks? That's interesting. I never thought about that. I guess they would. Before, I've always had they just draw from the same deck. There's just 2 gods, but that is cool. That is interesting. I do like that. I'm just lurking. Ben approached to create art for a mobile game. Drafting up now. Heck yeah, dude. That's awesome. Proud of you. Hopefully paid. For a talented bean such as yourself. I mean, your art is fantastic, so. Fantastic. Are you Doctor Who fans? How am I? I'm decent. I feel like I'm feeling time pressure on all this, and hopefully that's not coming across too hard. I think it is coming across a little bit. that I just want to get this done. I don't know. It's interesting because like it's always like I'm trying to find like the boundary between like making this a collaborative experience, but also making sure I don't get bogged down in things that make it take more time. That makes sense. So it's kind of hard to figure that out, but basically we need to think of ways Bogotet has scaling in its effect that achieves a similar effect as World Ender. Yeah, that's probably true. I do like the idea of like allowing players to have maybe it's both those things, right? Like the more players there are, the less strong, or the more strong Bogotet is, right? So it's like with one player, like based on the number of players, Bogotet should gain in strength, right? But for every 15 cards on the player side, It draws an additional card from the Old God deck. Number 15 can be anything, but I see what you're saying. I can see something like that, yeah. I'm gonna think that through. So it would scale based on number of cards in play. That's decent. I do like the reason I like the idea of yeah, maybe I just do the floorboards here. On this part, and then we'll Bishop sit up. Look at that, aka potential man. Indeed. Yeah, the reason I like it's scaling or allowing players to have effects work with yourself other than just allies is that the game has a lot of co-op strategy, so playing by yourself does make it a little bit weird. But how do we feel about this so far? I think we'll probably have like little papers on the ground too, with like magic spells and stuff on them. What am I on, sit-ups, I think? And then maybe just everything's on fire. So we cover up half of what we just did. Scroll, maybe. A scroll, or maybe a toilet paper tube. Okay. You did sibs last time, so push-up time. I feel like you say that every time. You just want me to do more push-ups. I'm just kidding, I just don't remember. Dude just wants me to have big arms. He doesn't care about my abs. Just kidding. Now, because last one you said great sit-ups. I don't remember, honestly. I'm just making fun of you, Toot. Where's the squat redeem? I don't know. I probably should have a squat redeem. I'm just afraid what emotes you're gonna ask for once I make a squat redeem. Nail be peach emote. I kind of want to do a so cute emote, you know what I mean? You guys aren't really stream people. Like, people make a bunch of them. Of course, it started with Peepo or whatever his name is, right? I feel like that would be fun to make. You know what I mean? Load. Like these ones, you know. Just a that one's cute. I feel like it'd be fun. Anyway, that's my story. Are we in an ad? No, not yet. All right, I think this is the line art. It's time to do more. I think we maybe, so imagine 11 players facing off against 6 gods. That would be so crazy. That would be pretty crazy. Yeah, would it be 11? Well, yeah, probably. How many gods do we have? Do we have 6? Yeah, we have 6, right? So like all 6 of the gods. Is this 6 or 7? 6, 7. 6, right? Yeah. 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Yeah, that would be right. 11. Although Neth probably requires more more than 2 players. Maybe one day we can try that. I did the calculations. Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I feel like Neth probably needs more people. Neth is probably like you can play Neth like first 4 people on your own. If we make it as crazy as I plan to. All right, break time. Be right back. 3 minutes of ads. Be back in 3 minutes. Another hour of ad-free viewing. That would not fit the table though. True. All right, right back.
I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system for my game that lets play.
Hey, I'm Beats.
Hi, I'm Nathan, and today we're going to be discussing what makes a good stat system. We'll be going over examples of what makes a good and bad stat system in both tabletop games and video games alike, along with how I implemented these concepts into my game Soul. To start, what am I talking about when I say stat system? I'm talking about games that have base stats that affect your character at a core level, such as strength, stamina, agility, intelligence, etc., and so on and so forth. These stats in turn affect a character's ability to perform actions directly or often indirectly by affecting other stats that in turn affect their actions. It's all very complicated. Dungeons & Dragons is a great example, with the primary stats affecting each skill, giving them bonuses. For instance, someone with a high intelligence also gains a bonus to their arcana. So, now that we're on the same page, what makes a good stat system? Well, to answer that question, I like to answer another question. Does a game even need a stat system? No, it doesn't. Next question. No, but seriously, they don't. But they do help add character diversity to a game at its base level. When originally making Soul, there was some debate whether we should have a stat system at all. At the time, I was taking a lot of inspiration from U-Realms Live, which had no core stats. This sort of game allows for a lot of freedom and simplicity. In U-Realms' case, a character was built solely on their cards in their hand, with no stats to affect their dice rolls. This meant a character couldn't excel at anything that wasn't listed on their cards. Conversely, a game with a stat system allows a character to have innate strengths and weaknesses. For example, Dungeons & Dragons allows a character with high strength to deal more damage with their melee weapon compared to a character that doesn't. So is it better to have a stat system than not? Well, it depends on its integration into the game, which is also the answer to our question of what makes a good stat system. A game with a well-integrated stat system allows it to influence the entirety of the play experience, while allowing for each stat to be just as important as the others. Let's take a look at a game that failed to have a good integration of its system to see what I mean. Diablo 3. Diablo 3 has 3 core stats: Strength, Dexterity, and Intelligence. These stats granted damage for each of their respective classes and were called primary stats. For example, Monk's primary stat was Dexterity, and Wizard's was Intelligence. Each of these core stats will grant defensive stats as well, such as Strength granting armor, Dexterity granting dodge chance, and Intelligence granting resistances. This is all pretty standard for a game like this, but the real problem arose in the actual application of these mechanics. Due to it granting both damage and damage reduction, having a primary stat for a class was just much better, rather than just obtaining damage reduction from a secondary stat. Additionally, many types of damage reduction could simply be found from other sources such as items or abilities. To further accentuate the problem, the game was built around the importance of killing enemies as quickly as possible, making more damage the clear choice over defense. Your enemies can't kill you if they're dead. This clearly made your primary stat the logical choice. Whenever an item would roll with a different stat, it felt underwhelming, and would often lead to the player re-rolling the stat or not using it at all. Eventually, an update to the game made it so items no longer rolled without your primary stat, making core stats effectively useless. At this point, they may as well lumped all the stats together into a single stat that grants you damage and defense. The biggest takeaway from this example is that each of the stats should have uses for every character. Obviously, they try to do this with various damage reduction stats, however, they ended up not being as useful as a character gaining benefits from their primary one. But you might be saying, this is how games have been made for years. Each class has a stat they specialize in. A warrior specializes in strength, a rogue with dexterity, and a wizard with intelligence. The problem with this system is that if you only base a character around one of these stats, you'll never get interesting characters like a battle mage with a sword in one hand and a spell in the other, or a pirate with the nimbleness of a rogue and the strength of a warrior. Definitely not trying to knock the game, because I put way too many hours into it myself, but it's something good to acknowledge and ultimately understand that core stats aren't always necessary. I feel as if when creating the game, the developers added it because it felt like something this sort of game should have, and not because it actually made the game better. Or maybe it's because it's hard to tell if these stats are even necessary until the game's actually finished. Or maybe they even got outgrown as the game evolved around them. Soul experienced many of the same problems itself. When the game was first released, we had items and abilities that added stat points to characters, typically around 5 to 10 points to whatever stat. The problem with the scaling of Soul is that most stats needed 10 points to actually give you a bonus. For example, for every 10 strength, the character would gain +1 melee damage, or for every 10 agility, a player would gain +1 to their roll for range weapons. Meaning, items that granted core stats would grant at best +1 to whatever subsequent stat, or at worst, literally do nothing if it didn't get the player over the 10-point threshold. Adding base stats was cool, but ultimately less effective than just buffing the stat that the core stats ultimately affects. As you can see, we started running into the same problems as Diablo 3. We may as well have just had items that grant 10 strength, grant +1 melee damage, or similar for other stats. And that's exactly what we did, which led us to come up with this design philosophy. The game was allowed to be complex in character creation, or when not actively in a session, as long as it was simplistic during gameplay. Upon coming up with this design philosophy, we removed abilities and items that granted additional stat points. In addition to these stats not feeling necessary, they also required you to do some calculations which slowed down the game. Unfortunately, this just pushed core stats further into irrelevance. So can this design philosophy not work while having good core stats feel relevant? I think that definitely isn't the case, and to show you, let me introduce you to a game you've likely never heard of. Or if you have, you certainly never played. Anarchy Online. This game is a bit of a hidden gem when it comes to game design in my opinion, for multiple reasons, but let's focus on the stat system for today. Anarchy has lots of stats, and I mean a lot, but it's truthfully one of its greatest strengths. Anarchy's core stats, called abilities, have a trickle-down effect on subsequent skills. For instance, body development, or the game's health stat, is 100% affected by stamina. Stats can also be affected by abilities in different percentages as well. The time-space alteration stat, which is used for what are essentially spells, is affected 80% by intelligence and 20% by agility. So why is this important? Well, different gear and abilities require a different number of stat points to use. Additionally, whereas most games would have a level cap for specific items, Anarchy does not, allowing you to equip items higher level than your own as long as you have the right gear and are smart enough to do it. Let's say I want to equip a shotgun that's much higher level than I am. I can start by raising my shotgun stat, but that might not be enough, so upgrading the abilities that affect it are the next logical step. Agility affects it by 60% and strength by 40%, but that still might not be enough.
Oh, okay. Nine players, 5 old gods. Yeah. Still a lot. Still too many. Bogota becomes an absolute menace as a world ender with 100 power. That would be pretty crazy. Would be pretty insane. Beats used to have such a calming voice. Now he screams at me for saying innocent stuff like I want this guy to step on me. Yeah, that's super innocent. I think I know I finished the line art on this monster, but I think I kind of want to give him a little bit more something, just to make him a little bit more like what Tebow had. So I think we need to, I'm kind of thinking, do we want to have like bone showing? You know what I mean? I definitely want to give him his like ribs here, right? Like the rib situation that's going on here. I'm not sure if it's like anatomically correct, but I do like it. Like whatever this is. And then maybe we do it with like the leg too, like. Right. I feel like that's kind of cool. I definitely want to give it the symbol that he has. I think that's good. You see the short I sent? I have not watched it yet. I think having a consistent opening sound effect makes it work really well at getting into people's head and establishing your own niche. Yeah, no, I've definitely heard that a lot. Like I've heard even silly stuff too, like I don't know, like I don't know, just even like a Vine boom at the beginning, you know what I mean? Like something where it's just like a noise that's like, yes, this is my consistent style thing, you know? I guess he kind of has a little bit of a peck showing, but I don't know, let's go with that. His neck almost looks kind of ripped, but I don't know. Like I hear D Malto at the start of a short and I know exactly what I'm in for. Yeah, it's fair. Depending on the sound effect, it can make each short feel really satisfying. Yeah, I'll have to think. That's a good thing to think about. It's a good call. There we go. This guy looks a little more something, you know? Question is now is how to color this guy, because part of me wants to make him blue just to make him feel more like Thibaut's design, but I also I kind of like the idea of going with the our teal aesthetic here, or like teal and then go with like the purpley, like our normal purple color. But I also kind of like the idea of going with sorry, I'm trying to find, like, we could also just do the classic like pink sort of magenta crystally sort of aesthetic too. I'm just gonna pull up some cards real quick. I guess we don't have a ton of monsters that are teal. We have Maw and we have Voidling, but we don't really have... I think I'm gonna go with the teal aesthetic. It'll be like the cousin of the Void Stalker, where it's like this kind of like colors, but with the teal instead of the like purple and I guess the purple is more like this purple. There we go. I'm gonna have to do 2 passes with this because I do want the line art to be showing below. Any overlay? No. Screen? Got it. Sorry, I know you said it a lot too, and I haven't caught up yet. Just trying to find the right blend mode here. It might just be add. Yes, depending on I already read that. The Malto guy fits the sort of theme you're going for. He's giving a lot of monologue after that sound effect, but the effect does get people hooked, so they keep listening. I'll have to take a look at it. I think the crystal aesthetic is iconic at this point. Yeah, but at the same time, like, each card should have its own sort of theme. The crystal aesthetic is iconic for sure. That's kind of the point of it, right? But I do want I do want him to look unique too. Ooh, this might be weird, but I want to try it. Arm bone. Magic arm bones. Yes, he's such a babushka. Yeah, slowly, I don't see it. Still don't see it. Yeah, slowly instead he wins the race. He's going to cast a flame spell. What if it's the flames were slivering up his special arm like vines? Maybe? Depends on how we go about all of it. I'm going to think about that. Okay, this is the... I need to label these layers because it's going to get bad real fast. Spectral arm... Oh my god. Spectral arm... Color. Bone. This is nothing. That layer does nothing. I do like the idea. I'm wondering if we have him casting a more of a spectrally looking flame. I don't know. Things are just kind of evolving as I do it. You know what I mean? I know the original idea was just like wild magic, like crazy, whatever, but... Okay, I know we're deviating from Tebow's idea, but I don't know. We'll see. Before I get too far on that, I'm gonna do some line art coloring here. Or not line art, some body coloring. I think I'm just gonna color all this stuff. This. Well, it's a suggestion, as you said, needs to fit the world. True. I mean, it's not that the thing is, it's not like the stuff I'm drawing or like the stuff that he suggested doesn't fit the world, like a wild magic creature does fit the world. It's just what I'm drawing doesn't quite match the original prompt, I guess, is the more of the issue for me. But time is also a thing. At a certain point, I just get bogged down on all the minutia. What if we have like energy coming off of like all his bits, you know? Need a doctor. I keep getting incredibly strong deja vu. It's freaky. I don't know if that's a thing you need a doctor for, but I wonder if that's like could be a medical condition if you get too much deja vu. Okay, a very important element we need. This one of Tivo's symbols here. Yeah, I'm just gonna draw a triangle and then I'm gonna invert it. I read a long time ago, too much deja vu can point to some actual problems, but it's been so long I don't remember anymore. Yeah, I mean, I think it's your brain, like, crossing wires, basically, assuming that, like, your thoughts, or, like, your memory and your, like, you're remembering it. Like, it's going to your memory part of your brain before it's going to your current thoughts about your brain or something weird. I can't remember how it works. So in your brain, you're basically remembering it before it happens, but I don't know. I can't remember if that's correct or not. So I guess I could assume if it like happens too often, it means your brain might be doing something weird, but I don't know. I think usually it's not that big of a deal. I saw a thing about drawing fire the other day where it was like you draw a bunch of circles and then you like connect the circles or something. I don't really remember the video, to be honest. So this isn't really that helpful. Yeah, it doesn't really help me. Keep it simple. I think I'll do fire and lightning, but I don't think I'm gonna go too crazy with the elements, you know what I mean? He's not gonna be the avatar or whatever. No. Ugh. Hey, okay, that's cool. I love the symbol. Yeah, I was like, I have to have the symbol, right? I think I'm gonna put your symbols on like the little papers on the ground. I think that would be cool, right? Like your other symbol, like your magic symbols on like the, because it's supposed to be like he's destroying like a magic place, like a mage's place. So rune research destroyed. Yeah. I think the sort of how I'm adapting your lore is that like this guy like consumes magic. I think that's kind of how I'm adapting it. Like he eats mages and their research. I don't like it escaping out the way. What are we calling this guy? Babushka. Magic Devourer? That's kind of cool. Mage Hunter may be too generic, yeah. Mage Gerblin. Be Gerbling the mages. Huh? You'll see that whale hunter in court with a name like that. Yeah, true. Okay, I think that's him. We just have to do the background. All right, about to get real dark. Magic Siphoner, that's cool. New lore. Whale Hunter copyrighted the word hunter, so he can only be edgy. Sounds about right. I like the siphoner vibe. Word. The word, yeah, siphon. I feel like maybe we could do a cooler word than magic. Is there like a arcane siphoner or something? Siphon. Arcanic siphoner. Arcanic. The arcanic mechanic. Why am I hungry? I guess it is lunchtime. I always forget that I stream past lunch like a fool. I really need to stop doing that, which means maybe eating on stream, but I don't know. It won't be the first time I've done it, but I don't know if I have food, so it's like making food would be like maybe a lot. I don't know. You know, we're just gonna do this. And like this, and like this, and then this, and then this, and then this. Or Arcana, yeah. Siphoning Atrocity, interesting. Siphoning Amalgamation. I do like the idea that it's that it's more arcane focused, but eating on stream means you gotta feed us too. I feed you all the time. What are you talking about? Just not with food. It's more like I feed you with pictures of whales. I think we will get this art done today, though, and then that will probably be what we do for today. Probably be the extent of the stream. Been flying like crazy. I suppose I could do like editing on stream, but I think the biggest problem is that I just need to eat, you know? Otherwise, I would keep going. Let's try the bean technique. Do control J or Control J. There we go. And then multiply. And then we can erase. I'll also do a clipping mask just so it doesn't get messed up. I'm erasing too hard. Weaver sounds cool. Yeah, like a spell weaver kind of. Something like that essence. Weave maybe. Mana siphoner. Mana spinner. Mana spitter. Mana gotta go get. I need to go. I gotta go get a protein bar because I'm hungry. You know what I mean? Kiba, if you have quick access to your spell symbols, I'd love to see them. Because I think I want to draw them in. Otherwise, I know I have them saved somewhere, but if you do have access to them faster than I do, that would be great. Of course, as long as you're happy with me putting them in there. I suppose you could be like, no, they're my symbols. I don't want them in your game. You know? It's more an homage than trying to theft. I'm sure some people would feel that way. I think I'm turning evil. I just got a sick design idea for a car redeem, but making you draw it would be diabolical. We're talking 8 arms, 5 faces, and a much bigger than I learned Stone Golem was today. Yeah, it sounds like a lot. It sounds also like something that I would have a hard time translating what you want to what I am envisioning. I think we would have the same problem we had last time. I think your ideas in your head can't be super specific unless you have reference for me. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, it's not going to turn out like it is in your head. How dare you draw the same similar lines in the way I drew them? I'd say you can't really trademark symbols like that. It would be rough trademarking lettering. I mean, still, it's just like, it is theft, you know, technically. It is plagiarism. Whether it's legal or illegal, it's still not morally correct if I didn't have your permission to do it. But I think it would be cool as an homage to you wanting this card to show the symbols that you have, especially if it's magic related. You know what I mean? I think you probably feel the same, but you know. It is something worth saying, you know, asking, I suppose. I actually would have a lot of reference for it, specifically because I know exact things I'm pulling from. Well, there you go. Make a mood board. I think it's very cool when you make use of anything I make. I think it's cool when you make use of anything I make. Dear God. I'm writing you today because you are dear. And Grot. Living statues are pretty common in media I consume, I guess. I'm having trouble thinking of the name for this atrocity. For this guy? Or for the thing you're talking about? Both. Okay. Well, we also can use like terms like specter or anything like, not specter, like ghoul or something like that too. God engine is too generic for my thing. Maybe. I don't hate it. The God engine. Does sound very anime. Or like Metal Gear Solid, which I guess is just an anime but a freaking video game. Activate the God engine. Metal Gear. Otacon. I'm trying to decide how on fire this place is going to be. I'm very anime myself. Me too. I sent you things in my post. Try to forward them stream chat. No, the post is fine. Yeah, this will work. That'll do, pig. That'll do. I'm here and soon will not. Such is the way of the grot. See, Tebow grot a card. This ghoul thing, creature. Indicate how to make this rhyme. There you go. I guess I didn't realize you were trying to rhyme until it was too late. Here he is. He's been old godified. What up, Grot? How's grotting around? What you been? What you grot going on? You know? I almost had a stroke trying to read that. Here I am. I'm here and soon I will not. For such is the way of the grot. I see Tebow got a card of, yeah, you lost the rhyming. It died. It's no longer alive. Nefarious grotting activities such as school and more school. Ah, yes. Nefarious. Well, I hope school's going well. Hope you're doing well. Almost enough to get another little guy or sketch. Ooh, look at that. The economy, man. In this economy, you know? That's crazy. A stroke is not what I would want, but Grot wills it so it must. Almost done with school year though, right? That's gotta be good. All right, I have 13.6K. Indeed. Is the school year the same for... probably not, never mind. Ignore me, it doesn't matter. I can get stuff too soon, I guess. Technically, you can get a land, right? Oh, wait, no. I'm in a wasteland, but technically, no. It's the same as a little guy. For some reason, I thought it was 10, but I think it made stuff more expensive because it was, because, you know? I have 24.9. Nice, nice. Oh yeah, you and Tebow and Grot are twinning. A month passed. The school year has not passed, though my brain has already given up. That's fair. My debt is almost repaid. Are you going to repay? I don't know if Dingus is gonna cash in on that. My grot economy. My Bitcoin devalued. Why is a monster 35K? What happened to the economy? I think it... I mean, the monster didn't even used to be in the economy. You know what I'm saying? feel like it's been a while since you've been here. For you to understand the Grot economy. No, I just drew over the layer. Whatever, it's fine. I calculated it would mean I need Bitcoin inflation is 233%. It was 15 for an AAE card. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, I guess that's true. But that's like, was it any AAE card? Yeah, originally. That was like months ago, though. Months and months ago. Well, yeah, we're doing old god stuff. When old god stuff is done, hero inflation will go back down. Groot. If you want me to do a hero, you have to make, like, the only reason it's expensive is because it's not what we're currently working on. You know what I mean? That's why monsters are much cheaper than player cards right now. That would mean inflation is 366%. That's fair. Okay. Let's color all the knickknacks. They call me crazy for redeeming 2 heroes. Yeah. Didn't realize the inflation was going to be so real. That's how it works. Much cheaper, they're 35k. Yeah, they're cheaper than a hero. Call me crazy for redeeming 2 heroes. You're gonna get canceled and called greedy soon. You know, that's okay. It may as well be canceled. Grot's gonna make the video, I can feel it. Grot's too sleepy to make that video. I'll make sure it happens. Bean just redeemed a little guy. Holy heckaroo. Greed Creations, that's what they call me. What's up, Bean? What little kind of little guy do you want? I probably am gonna finish this before we go to doing that, but another bean. Just yet another one. One emerald dragon like Spyro, 1 dragons encased in crystal. Okay. I think I can manage that. I'm trying to think about when I can do that. Are you okay if I do that next stream? I think it has to be put in the queue at this point. Because this is Tebow's redeem. And a little guy takes at least half an hour. I suppose I could do it afterward, but I really do need to eat. Whenever you want. Okay. Deal. You like Spyro, huh? He likes anything PlayStation 2 related, I think. Such is the way of the bean. If you have references, that would be awesome to get as well. And I can just do it easier. Unless you just want my interpretation of an emerald dragon made of crystals. Hey, that's my carpet. Greedy game developer and YouTuber overcharges and scams his viewers. More likely than you think. That will be the video title. It's too many words, but half of that will be cut off. Remember having a game with Banjo-Kazooie on the same card on a Game Boy? Nice. And the thumbnail will be the sad beats face Tebow Drew with devil horns. Yeah, that'd be good. I suppose I could be convinced to reduce the price on some of the redeems, but only while we're doing this stuff, you know what I mean? I feel like these need to be a different layer. But I don't know. I feel like it probably makes sense because then at least I get some of my own input. When they were so cheap, people were basically spamming them out, and I was not able to even get like a lot of the end ideas were just not mine. Which is fine. I don't really care. It's good to have other people's ideas, but a good half the cards are redeemed ones. I'll DM you some. I sent you them on stream chat. Okay, cool. That works. Oh, okay. That is cool. So many things being said in the server. Okay. So many things being said, so little time to read them. Okay. Oh, we're in an ad. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna grab a snack, and we'll probably work for maybe another hour, but I want to eat some food real quick. I'm gonna shovel some food in my mouth. Be back in just a minute. Didn't realize we were in an ad. Where the heck is my BRB screen?
I've been trying to think of a way to...
We're through that, we're through that.
Hi, I'm Nathan,
like
and today we're going to be discussing what makes a good game in the game. The developers added it because it felt like something this sort of game should have, and not because it actually made the game better. Or maybe it's because it's hard to tell if these stats are even necessary until the game's actually finished. Or maybe they even got outgrown as the game evolved around them. Soul experienced many of the same problems itself. When the game was first released, we had items and abilities that added stat points to characters. Typically around 5 to 10 points to whatever stat. The problem with the scaling of Soul is that most stats needed 10 points to actually give you a bonus. For example, for every 10 strength, the character would gain +1 melee damage, or for every 10 agility, a player would gain +1 to their roll for range weapons. Meaning, items that granted core stats would grant at best +1 to whatever subsequent stat, or at worst, literally do nothing if it didn't get the player over the 10-point threshold. Adding base stats was cool, but ultimately less effective than just buffing the stat that the core stats ultimately affects. As you can see, we started running into the same problems as Diablo 3. We may as well have just had items that grant 10 strength, grant +1 melee damage, or similar for other stats. And that's exactly what we did, which led us to come up with this design philosophy. The game was allowed to be complex in character creation, or when not actively in a session, as long as it was simplistic during gameplay. Upon coming up with this design philosophy, we removed abilities and items that granted additional stat points. In addition to these stats not feeling necessary, they also required you to do some calculations which slow down the game. Unfortunately, this just pushed core stats further into irrelevance. So can this design philosophy not work while having good core stats feel relevant? I think that definitely isn't the case, and to show you, let me introduce you to a game you've likely never heard of. Or if you have, you certainly never played. Anarchy Online. This game is a bit of a hidden gem when it comes to game design in my opinion, for multiple reasons, but let's focus on the stat system for today. Anarchy has lots of stats, and I mean a lot, but it's truthfully one of its greatest strengths. Anarchy's core stats, called abilities, have a trickle-down effect on subsequent skills. For instance, body development, or the game's health stat, is 100% affected by stamina. Stats can also be affected by abilities in different percentages as well. The time-space alteration stat, which is used for what are essentially spells, is affected 80% by intelligence and 20% by agility. So why is this important? Well, different gear and abilities require a different number of stat points to use. Additionally, whereas most games would have a level cap for specific items, Anarchy does not, allowing you to equip items higher level than your own as long as you have the right gear and are smart enough to do it. Let's say I want to equip a shotgun that's much higher level than I am. I can start by raising my shotgun stat, but that might not be enough, so upgrading the abilities that affect it are the next logical step. Agility affects it by 60% and strength by 40%, but that still might not be enough. So I can take a look at my implants, a set of wearable items that buff my stats as well. The right arm implant typically buffs shotgun skills, so maybe I can get one of those on. Well, those require agility, which I've already raised, but it also requires treatment. So maybe my treatment is too low, which is ultimately affected by intelligence, so maybe I can raise that and, well, you get the point. All the stats are extremely well integrated, allowing them each to affect each other, on top of letting gear be equipped at any level. This allows for tons of fun trying to squeeze out that one stat point to get that piece of gear on. I've probably spent an equal amount of time in that game sitting in the shop working on my character as I have actually playing the game. The stat system allows for diverse gameplay by allowing a player to grind their way through the game by leveling up, or by using their intelligence to work the system to get better that way. So if this sort of design philosophy works in Anarchy, why doesn't it work in Soul? Well, for one, people aren't computers. And by that, I mean a computer is going to have a much easier time calculating this sort of thing in a video game than a person would in a board game. We attempted to solve this problem by using spreadsheets, but if you're using a spreadsheet to play a card game, you're probably doing something wrong. Additionally, a game that is complicated during character creation is not very friendly to new players. Part of the idea of Soul being card-based was that you could easily pick up some cards and make a character. Complicated stats like these aren't conducive to that. This can be seen heavily in Anarchy. I've tried to get a few of my friends to play the game, and let's just say the barrier to entry is just a little too high. And lastly, Soul wasn't designed to work like this. The items don't generally affect stats, and even when they did, there wasn't enough there to make it interesting like it was in Anarchy. On top of that, the gear's requirements in Soul aren't nearly as particular, so the process of getting on higher level gear just wasn't the same. Not to mention, gear didn't actually have any levels, so yeah. So if this doesn't work for our game, what then? Well, there's another game that had similar problems that we can take a look at, which should provide some insight as well. One of the biggest games of all time, League of Legends. Back in the early days of League, they had the rune system. This system allowed you to buy runes to grant you minor stat bonuses in the game. Well, this was a decent idea and never really had enough impact for novice players to even notice. Additionally, it didn't really add any sort of enjoyment to the game. Who really cared? I need to start doing that more often, just on my own volition, you know what I mean? All right, Tebow symbols. Make
Reduce the price of workouts. Make them 1 Bitcoin and no cooldown, and then I die. Certified cake balance, I'd say, is a balance. I'd say it takes 2 months to earn. Yeah. Honestly, I think it's kind of it's pretty fair, I think. To be honest. God, it's kind of hard to draw this upside down, huh? Okay, let's just start with a triangle. I guess maybe it's just going to be kind of more implied of what this is than whatever. Hey guys, I'm back. Hello. Hello, Yui. What's going on? Just because it's so small. Can I make these like glowing? Do I want to do like an ad? No, let's do normal. Okay, guys, gotta go. Bye. All right, bye, Grok. Goodbye. Did I say hello, Yui? Hello, welcome back. I know I said it in my head. I don't know if I said it out loud. Whoa, kitten. Big jump. How many points you have? 18.9k. Whoa, you can actually redeem something. It's true. I'll just go and redeem crazy. They're not perfect versions of the symbols, but I think it's decent. It's like you can tell that that's what they are. Which one am I missing? The good symbol? Wait, no, that is the good symbol. I think I've done them all. You can do one of the stop card thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's 6 of them, right? I'm missing one for sure. Oh, Earth. Which is the one that's on the old Bobot. There we go. Oh, wait. So small, it's like hard to actually draw, but I think that's fun. All right. I'm not thinking if I'm like glow, but we'll see like that. Okay. But I don't know what I want yet. Fair. I found a hack. You can combine your power with other people. Oh, really? I have 25. We could theoretically redeem anything. That's how I redeemed the whale, because I was impatient. True. Gave 15k as a gift for beats. I was cocky. Will I give channel points for the greater good? Beats, I would actually be cool if you made it a 10k redeem. When 10 people redeem it, you draw Neth's Mega Boss. I actually can do that. You can do like a campaign. Sort of thing. But I don't know. Why not? I don't know. It's a good question. I feel like at that point, like whose suggestion am I taking? You know what I mean? It would make more sense for like something I don't want to do and then you guys want me to do. You know what I mean? But like to have a campaign where it's like everyone can put in whatever to do it, it's like, well, then it has to be everyone's idea, and then whose idea do I even take? Whereas if it's an individual card, like it's pretty obvious. I feel like I need to add dimensionality to some of this. Looks a little flat. Oh, are you in a box? The kitten is in a box. I repeat. Do not be alarmed. Super Twitch. Oh, that would be good. Make me a mod and I will do it for you if you want. I mean, an event on the scale of the whale. I mean, we could if y'all really want that. 5 people redeem, 20k redeem. That's 5 face reflect and 1 the 5 redeemers, something like that. How about that for an idea? Let me think about that. Looks really rad already. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's turning out kind of cool. The lighting obviously needs to be done, but I don't know. I do like the idea of like doing the sort of campaign sort of thing, but I don't know. I kind of just felt like it would be unfair. What in the heck? Why was that so loud?
Hey Shibo just cheered 1 bits. I remember this being TTS.
It is. Thank you for the 1 bit, Tebow. Well, my laptop becomes possessed and... Why is it so loud now?
Hey Shibo just cheered 1 bits. I remembered right Mew ha ha ha.
Am I wrong? Is that really loud to you guys? I don't know. Point is to end this patch with a bang. Yeah, well, it's gonna be multiple patches. It's not even this patch is. I don't know. I'll think about it. I kind of feel like it would end up being... Like, it has to be done anyway, right? Like, we are making the old god card a card regardless. So, like... I guess I can make redeems that make it so it gives you some sort of element in it. I don't know. I guess maybe it's more fair than one person getting a call of what the thing looks like. But it's already like the idea that you gave is that it's a statue with 5 faces, right? Like that's already your idea. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? I guess if everyone agrees that it's a good idea, then it makes sense, but... I missed the on-screen celebration. Thank you, Debo, for all the bits. Holy moly. 40 whole bits. W bits. The TTS pronounced the S the most sassy way. It'll come in handy when I need to ask a question. Ooh, large Luna. So large and in charge. What is this? Luna O. 10 stream watch streak. Heck yeah. Look at you go. But yeah, I don't know. I'll give it some thought. Maybe we can discuss it in the Discord. Throw some discussion in there and I'll maybe talk about it. We'll see if everyone agrees. Because I'm unsure what to think about it. Look at me, I made my message special. Heck yeah. It's funny because it doesn't even pop up on my thing. I thought I turned that off. Kind of cool. It is kind of cool, but unfortunately it doesn't show up differently on like the chat I read, which is unfortunate. Well, if I redeemed Neth Mega Boss, would you accept if I allow 5 people to redeem for 10k to get a face of the boss? But I actually do prefer the idea of multiple people getting the say. It's just like, how do you not make it something silly and random? Yeah, that's also the case. But I mean, the redeem is always like, I don't know, like I feel like I always take y'all's ideas anyway though, right? Like the redeem is just like a forced, like, okay, I kind of have to concede at some point and say yes, you know? Whoa, so many Lunas on screen. Saw it again. Beautiful. Look at me. Oh yeah, I read that one. My laptop is officially possessed by an AI trying to speak its language. What are these noises? I don't know. Probably redeems, maybe? I'm gonna sit now. I only stood for like a little bit, but... Yo! Watching Witch Hat Tiller now, I see what you mean about you liking more homely anime. It's great. It's a good show. It's very cute. Well, honestly, there are some darker stuff, but it's very good. Throwing money. See, why is it so loud?
Hey Shibo just cheered 1 bits. Freestanding desk let's go. Hey Shibo just cheered 1 bits. NVMI was wrong.
The notification sound is so loud. Anyway, Oceanius, wait. Also, hello Thunder, welcome in. Oceanius, how do you do it? I already spent 92 bits. You're just throwing money at me. 20 bits. I have a message. The power-up thing. Morning peeps. How is everyone? We're doing swell. Once I'm employed, I too will throw money at beats. Ah. That's true, but we can pretend that it's not the case because it's fun to have events like that. That's true. It'd almost be cool to have like a design competition. That would be more interesting to me. But well, she did crystallize her mother. Yeah, true, exactly. Spoiler alert. Wanna watch It's So Bad. It's very, very good. The Yar way, indeed. There's an app for that. I don't see the bit redeems. What the heck? They're right next to the thing. The normal redeems. Anyway, thank you for all the bits, Tebow. It's very, very kind of you. I appreciate it. I need to figure out how to make that less loud, though.
Hey Shibo just cheered 1 bits. You really have to trust the proxies. This is looking so damn cool.
Aw, thanks. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it's like... Oh yeah, it's definitely like different than I think what you wanted, but I think it's somewhere between something that fits in my universe and something that is your creature, right? Well, sorta. I didn't torrent it on the Play Store. I used anime, the not that app called HMA. It works well on mobile. Good to know. I use Watch Cartoons Online, or WCO, I think is what it's called. That one works pretty well. I usually don't use it though. I do have Crunchyroll and whatever, and High Dive. Although High Dive I would say is hardly worth it if you want consistent animes. There's just some really good ones on there that it was like worth paying for the time, and now I'm kind of like over it. I'll probably cancel it, but it's like $50 a year, so it's like, okay, you know. Which is not that much per month, some might say. Fully free, yeah. Process. Okay. Yet again, we have found ourselves drawing floorboards and wood grain. I'm probably not going to actually draw the wood grain, but I will draw the floorboards. them slightly bigger as they get close. The perspectives may be kind of weird, but you know, I don't care. No one can make me care. I'll tone this down just a smidge. Okay, I think here is where we get kind of dramatic a little bit. Very good. The official got taken down though. Yeah, I used to watch, there's one that was like 9 anime, and that was good, but it got taken down too. It didn't say the testimony of faith in middle school, so I wonder. Oh, I missed something. I very much missed something. Something Yui said, and I don't see where it is now. Oh, I don't know if anyone else here is Muslim, but Edom Moonbark. I don't know what that means, but I'm uncultured. I apologize, but thank you. Anyone who says and does the 5 pillars Islam is Muslim. The last one is if you're able to. Good to know. Okay, and then we're gonna do one little layer of stones. Eid is our holiday. Mubarak means filled with blessings in Arabic. Okay, that's kind of what I assumed from context. Yeah. Good to know. Now I'm more cultured. I know more now. Gonna go pray and be back. Okay, sounds good. Okay, I like that. Actually, I probably should do like seam lines like on the sides here, like that. Yeah. Okay. I think the detailing is done. We have detailed this to death. So now we do something dramatic, which I believe these are sketches. Put these way down here where we can ignore them, and then I guess we can put all the background in one folder, and then here's what my here's what I'm thinking. What if, now hear me out, what if we do this? Does this look good? Do we like this? I'm just kidding. Multiply. Maybe even You like that color? This color maybe? I guess having a little bit of blue is nice. And then, instead, we just erase everything. Oh god, help. Yeah. Okay, and now we need to do some teal lighting. We also, I guess, need to put some fire on, like, everywhere. Fire and electricity, but... busting in here and just lighten up the place. Sorry, what? Busting in there? You know, you're the one making it weird. I almost actually want to, this is probably, again, going too far, but I kind of want a little bit of snow on some of these spots. Only pillar I've done is swamp. Fasting is good for your health, for sure. Well, I'm definitely not Muslim. I never pray. I don't fast, but I do give to charity. Well, I still could. That's fair. Who's busting in what, and where did that come from? What do you guys? You guys are dirty. Nah, no snow. I do like the idea of it, but let's have, we need to add fire. Cover up half of my work, you know? Dang, bro, still going? Sure am. Blue lightning fire? Who's this guy you are creating? This is based on one of Tebow's designs. He did a redeem. So this is it's kind of an amalgamation between my ideas and his ideas, but it was a redeem, so. I feel like he needs to feel more grounded, but he's looking like he's kind of floating a little bit. Fire's so weird to draw. Yeah, I mean, it's only been 3 hours and 45 minutes. It's not super late, right? I'm a religious person, but I don't think anyone shares my faith. It's basically just my own interpretation of stuff. So you're spiritual, yeah, but not necessarily religious, right? I guess is how that would be. I doubt someone aligns perfectly with me in every single one. That's fair. I have faith that tuna is my soul animal. Congratulations, you've been spiritually adopted. Tuna is Toots familiar. Gotta go for a bit, not sure how much longer you'll be streaming. I don't know, probably until I'm done with this. In theory, I could work on Bean's drawing, but I don't know if I have that in me. At least today. Big wave. Okay, I think I want to do like a electricity from the hand, like we did talk about that, kind of zapping around, you know. I don't know if it's too much. I think it might be too much. Maybe we just make it really subtle. You say Bean's drawing? Yeah, Bean commissioned, or not commissioned, redeemed a little guy. Tebow, you do not have permission to leave. Tebow, I'm so jealous. Are you jealous? But getting adopted is great, but I can't wait to receive my spirit alimony. Once on the asparagus farm, when one of the Muslims wanted to tell me about his God, I told him I'll listen if he smokes mine. He told me not to tell the others. He came with and spoke of his God while we doped up. They were good cooks. There you go. That's hilarious. They invited me to eat, and I picked up a spoon and ate with them. They got very quiet and stopped eating. I asked what was up. They told me the devil eats with his left hand. I smelled, took another bite, and thanked them for the good food and ducked out of there. Are you left-handed, Thunder? Lefty, nice. You are a handsome devil, Thunder. True. Oh. Sorry, I just realized I don't have lighting on the monster himself. So that's like part of the reason he doesn't look grounded. Or shadow. Neither. I mean, also he'll need like a shadow on the ground, kind of grounding him, but it's hard when the creature itself is a light source. You know, it does get a bit weird. I don't know. Like hardly does anything. Where play? Okay, let's ground him on the ground. Oh, blush, why thank you. Oh, whoa, really? Oh, that's so cool. I like the bone arm. Thank you. Yeah, the little spectral bones. Push-up, sit-ups. The devil conducts himself through thunder, or with thunder, and writes walls of texts. True. Sorry, let me do this before I forget. That's purely an excuse for not having to do it right this exact second. Ah! How would his shadow even be? I guess there's kind of like maybe a bit of one like this. And then maybe it just kind of fades out as it goes forward. Hey, guess what? I haven't saved this yet. Let's name it Magic Eater for now, and then we'll rename it later. The drawing tablet wants you to do sit-ups, probably. Sit-ups. Sit-ups it is. Hi, Kitten. Kitten, why wants attention. She wants. Oh, hi, love. Hi, love. What a cute kitten, you know? Okay. I think I'm liking everything here. We need a little bit more glow on things, I think. Weird magic fire, so it doesn't have to be like perfectly make perfect sense, but oh, wait, are the mountains? Those are both background. Ah, bruh. Why does it do that? There we go. I was wondering if like giving it like cold breath would be interesting. It's supposed to be like cold climate. I don't know if that really like sells it though. And then there's one other thing I wanted to do. Frick. What was it? I don't know. Let's think about that for a second. This reminds me of the song I've listened to a long time ago. I'm not gonna attempt to sing it because I don't know the tune. Angel of the light, I see you glow in the night. You're only bring darkness to my soul. Angel in the light, you're telling me wrong is right, but I won't let your evil take control. Interesting. One of the hair metal bands, Petra, something your dad would have grown up with. Petra's a cool name. Speaking of stories, I got one of my own. I was out of an event, and when it ended, I thought I was taking a 4-hour walk home. However, upon realizing I needed to go through a dangerous area on foot, I gave up and called a taxi. I see. Dangerous, like Bang Bang dangerous, or Vancouver. At places like that, I stayed away from those places. Fair. Oh, right. I was gonna do just like one last glow layer. Maybe do this and then do add. Which I feel like just ends up being white, which is not really what I want. I'm not sure how I feel about the sky color in the background. What do we think? Is it too much? Is it too, like, should it be less so? Maybe a little bit like that. We're close to being done, though, I think. I think we're about wrapping up here. Maybe multiply is the wrong. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh god. Oh god, I'm so sorry. Why is it doing that? No, I should turn off the cat cam. The 24/7 taxi spoke to me like I was crazy. When I answered the phone, he was like, "Why are you And I was like, why are you advertising as a 24/7 then?" But always, anyways, but that's besides the point. I managed to get a hold of the family friend who lived nearby, and he agreed to give me a ride. I waited for him near an ATM, and as soon as he arrived, was shocking. And he soon arrived, but shocking. Later, I learned the ATM was robbed 5 minutes after I left and suspects were armed. That's funny. I mean, it's not funny, but it's funny. You know what I mean? I rather sleep with bears and cougars in the mountains than be around people with illegal weapons. Yeah, guns, I think you said, but whatever. Legal, I'm quite fine with. Then illegal kind of makes me worry. True. So it's like one of those. So we're in an ad. All right, I'll be back in 3 minutes, and then we'll just get this card implemented. I think we're done. So be right back.
I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system for my game that lets players craft their own spells. And after years of searching, I finally found a solution from an unlikely place. Mad Libs. Yeah, that's right, Mad Libs. The book that you fill in random words to get silly sentences like, "Ouch," he said stupidly as he jumped into his convertible cat and drove off with his brave wife. Or at least that's what the book has as like a prompt. Anyway, but before I get to explain how I use this in my game, let's talk about magic and games in general. Because even though I've been trying to find a solution to making spells in games, it's not like it hasn't been done before. I'm making a tabletop role-playing game, so let's look at the king of TTRPGs, Dungeons & Dragons. Yeah, I look at this game a lot. Get over it. But yeah, while I say digging into it, there's really not that much digging to be done. There's about a total of 4 paragraphs in the Dungeon Master Guide, 3 paragraphs of which say, "Look at this chart, you dumb, stupid idiot." And the others say, "If you create 2 powerful spells or dumb ones, then you'll break the game." Of course, this is paraphrasing a bit, but, you know, it's hardly a structured system for spells. Which basically means the best way to make a spell in D&D is make up whatever you want the spell to do, and then find an existing one to keep it balanced. Which allows you to figure out what sort of stats, along with spell slots or spell components, if you use those. Okay, so this really isn't going to work for us, so let's take a look at video games. One that always comes to mind for me is Oblivion. The concept for this was pretty simple. There was a list of magical effects the player acquired based on their mastery of each spell. Then there was a category for the way the player would cast a spell, whether it's self, touch, or target. Target meaning spell like pew pew. Furthermore, longer durations or more powerful effects would have a higher gold cost, along with a higher mana cost when you actually, use the spell. So this is a pretty cool idea. However, in classic Bethesda style, it could be completely abused and made the game incredibly broken. For instance, I remember one time making a character with 100% chameleon, which basically made you invisible all the time, and other characters couldn't even see you, even when you were attacking them. Or this one I found where someone used a drain effect to somehow become invisible riding a horse, seeing your own lifeless body. I don't know. Now, that isn't to say that in a tabletop RPG, a game master couldn't help balance this sort of system and make it fair, but that just kind of puts us back in the same problem of D&D's spell creation. Now, I know there's probably newer games that have better spell systems that exist, like I think Wizards of Legends is supposed to have some cool stuff, but I don't have time to play other people's games. Come on, what are you talking? I'm making my own game. Yeah, get out of here. Okay, but seriously, let's get to the point. I was pondering all of this over one day, and then it came to me. Mad Libs. A sentence with a bunch of blanks that you could fill with nouns, verbs, and adjectives to make a complete sentence. Or in my case, a spell with a bunch of blanks that could be filled with different elements, casting sizes, shapes, and durations. So rather than our other 2 examples, where you would either have someone creating something completely from scratch, or the other being just stacking spells on top of each other to make a new one, this gives you a base spell to fill with blanks, and then you can customize it how you like. For instance, let's say you had something like cast blank element, blank number of feet, and that affects a blank sized blank shape. I can fill that and say cast a fireball 30 feet that affects a 15-foot sized sphere. Or maybe something like cast water 10 feet away that affects a 100-foot cube. Now, one thing I neglected to mention is my game is card-based, so the spell base and components would end up being made out of cards rather than, writing it on a notepad, which I suppose makes it a lot more like another game. That's right. Apples to apples, which really just goes to show that everyone's stealing ideas from each other.
Okay.
I mean, apples to apples is just Mad Libs in card form.
Hey Shibo just cheered 10 bits. Baby turtles, baby turtles, baby turtles, baby turtles, baby turtles.
Thank you for the bits, Tebow. What do you think? How do you like it? Thank you for the bits, dude. Where was I?
Hey Shibo just cheered 100 bits. That's awesome.
Tebow spoiling me. Thank you, Tebow. Holy 100 heckin' bitteroonies. That's awesome. Thank you, thank you. I'd rather sleep. I already read that. The stories I heard, like a rock fell on a building 5 blocks away. I walked through that exact place 3 years ago. I could have died. Hee hee. Yeah, it's definitely like that. Layer color helps lift the homie off the page. Lighter or darker? I like the dark and blue. Good contrast. You liked it more or less? Sorry, I guess I got to that too late because I had. I don't know. You like it darker or more bluer? More like wild dogs, dangerous, really don't want to hurt them. Yeah. Closest town, sometimes cops have a dog calling. Oh no. Job because people let the dogs pack up and run wild. It's messed up. That sounds very messed up. I don't like to think that's happening over here. The government doesn't care. I think it's on forever to hurt those dogs, and even if it's self-defense. Yeah, apparently the way you protect yourself from dogs is just make, like, kind of like how you do with bears, just make yourself look big, you know? It's weird when it cuts off so soon, even if it didn't get a second wind. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. I only did 10. I only did 10. Didn't count the TTS though. Oh, I see what you're saying. Never mind. I understand now. All the light blue is fine. The darker sky you did. Yeah, I think darker makes him stand out more. But maybe not. I don't know. I think I like the darker. Yeah, I think even Beats was surprised when it was that short. Yeah. It's used to being the long ones. Yeah. I think this is it. I could do more, but I think we should be done. Look big. I don't know. Mess with bears here. Maybe a black bear. Give it a big high birth to them grizzlies. Yeah, I guess it's more like, you know, I don't know. I don't know anything about anything. You know, I'm just saying things. All right, this is done. What are we calling this guy? What was it about his ability? What are we doing? Do we want to do that today? Do I have energy for that? I don't know. Wrong thing. Oh God. Ignore that. The Arcane Monster. Nom 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 spells. That's what this monster is called. Export PNG. I haven't called the Magic Eater right now just because I needed to name him something, but we need to give him probably a better name. I'm going through a sad phase. I used to be fine eating once a day. Okay. But I had a nice big meal and now I'm hungry again. Well, I think you should eat more than once a day. I think you're fine eating as much as you want. Not as much as you want, but you know what I mean. I guess it depends on how much you snack, though. Arcane Siphoner, I do like that too. Siphoner, is that right? Sip honor. Actually, it's not necessarily unhealthy to eat that much. Depends on the person, I suppose it's true. That much or that little? Calories in versus calories out. Yeah, but I feel like it can't be efficient to just eat all your like 3,000 calories in one meal and then, but actually 0 snacks. When the case I could eat one thing and be fine until the next day, not even big meals too. Also, as you get older, your metabolism gets less efficient and all that kind of stuff. You should talk to someone about that. Yeah. I don't know how to help you there, unfortunately. Talk to a dietitian. Okay, you said death effect. I think it's probably, so it's a positive defeated effect, which is let me copy wording from something else. $3,000, that's a lot of calories to eat in a day. Okay, yeah, I just set a number. 1,000 to 1,500 works for me. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking like 2,000 really is maybe more accurate, but it depends on what you're doing, how much physical labor you're doing, if you're American or not. I don't know. I don't keep track of me either. I looked into it, it's fine, but my food supplies will get significantly cut if I need to eat more. That's fair. Tuna's rationing over here. Okay, let's copy. There's like one where it's like, where's the one that's like any one player may reveal? So it's gonna be this one. But we're gonna copy it and change how it's worded. Any one player may reveal cards until they find a spell. Are they playing it instantly, or do they put it into their hand? I guess if you put it into your hand, it means you can play it instantly if you want. So, and spell and place it in their hand. It's costly going to the grocery store these days. It's true. Almost $400 for a cart of groceries. That's how many people are you buying for? And how many days are you trying to supply? For me, it's like $70. 70 to 80. It's probably up a little bit now. For me, I'm so underweight and ate so bad that my body didn't have the fats so much. Start breaking down muscle. I still don't know why I'm on the edge of underweight, even though I eat fairly well now. Yeah, I don't know. Give you an example. Ate 2 sausages worth a day of food for me before, but ate 4 plus 2 baked potatoes. Dude, what the hell? But I actually been a lot more active this week. I've been doing a lot. Well, that does help. Seriously, talk to someone. Yeah, I don't think 2 sausages. Honestly, I don't even think 4 sausages and 2 baked potatoes are enough for. Well, I don't know. That doesn't seem like enough calories. Well, yeah, it's only 400 calories in a day, and a baked potato is like nothing. You're probably 500 calories in a day. You should be getting 4 times that, or 3 times that. For me, it's not nearly enough for dinner. At least 3 to 4 baked potatoes, some vegetables, 1 sausage through dinner, not some breakfast and lunch stuff. I'm a big guy, but I don't require much. I don't believe you. It's wild, Tuna. Still talking to say either you're either a miracle or you're dying. You're slowly dying. When your body reaches a low weight, it interprets the drop as a threat to survival to protect yourself. So it shifts into hypermetabolism to prevent starvation. That is true. That is a good point. You might be eating too little so you're not losing weight, which would probably make you more tired and stuff. You probably, I mean, Han, you're what, like 6'4" or something? Oh, this doesn't have height. Okay, just by age, you should be getting, if you're sedentary, you're not doing much, you still should be, yeah, getting around 2,400 calories. And you're getting like 500. 6'6", whatever, either way. Yeah, see, I told you Tuna's tall. According to Google, I'm 5'7". Yeah, I know, right? Tuna's tall as beep. It's scared me at first. It's happened. The first time it happened, I thought I was dying. Oh, wait. I missed one of your messages. I get like that about at 140. Have to eat a ton just to bounce back. Yeah. Guys, I'm already a miracle. The fact that I feel no thirst. All right, I forgot about that. Forgot about that tuna lore. I think I can count on my hands the number of times people in the world with that condition. Yeah. I have B12 deficiency, taking injections for that, but haven't really thought about food for all that. I see. Weigh about 56 kilograms, which is about 124 pounds. How tall are you? Like, I think that's like a huge indicator of like what weight you should be. How much should a I know too much about you guys. Oh, you said 5'7". You said that already. My bad. The fact that I know like Tuna's height and weight and stuff is weird. Yeah, that's about the right range, right? I think, yeah, you're at the low end of your range, but that's about the right weight for a man of your stature. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, what's the ability on this thing? We talked about some sort of like curse synergy potentially. It could be something as simple as like when it attacks it, or like when it kills a creature, the old god draws a spell, like same sort of like thing here. It's not weird if I get lost and you need to find me. How will I know if you're lost? I'm seeing I should be between 61 kilograms and 74 kilograms. Yeah. My idea was you get to pick out a spell, or is that too OP? It's probably too OP. I kind of like that you just, I would have to say reshuffle, but we could have you get to pick one. If it's one player, it's probably fine. But right now it's I don't know, I could do either. What do you think? Sorry. It wasn't our music. Listen, I'm not a simp for tall guys, but there does appear to be a trend. You'll feel it. Same brain, brother. Ignore. There, that's true. I'll sense it in the force. Ignore a speedster is throwing you off. Yeah, for sure. It's fine though. Two, you are a tall guy.
Hey Shibo just cheered 25 bits. AAA triple AAA compilation when?
That's a good question. Who's gonna do it? Who's gonna search through 30,000 hours of footage to find it? Dude, it said I had 300 like 300 uploads or 350 uploads on my YouTube, and I'm like, holy crap, most of those are, that's like 340 of those are freaking streams, probably. Maybe not quite. A lot of them are shorts. So let's just say 300 of them are shorts times 3. That's 900 hours of stream. So have fun with that. Mr. Moneybags over here. True. Now I had 600 bits. Now I have 300. Yeah, you're blowing it all. People won the lottery, I guess. Yeah. You won't know when, you won't know when Tebow won the lottery, but there will be signs or whatever the meme is. Or I won't tell anyone when, whatever it is. Okay, we can do it. Any one player may search their deck
for 1 spell and add it to their hand. And then shuffle their deck. What?
900 hours? Doesn't top my binging on anime. I could power through 900 hours on a weekend.
You're one of them One Piece watchers, huh? True. No one will see this because chat goes by so fast. I'm Tebow. Doesn't go by that fast. Always find it funny to see those types of messages fly by with bigger streams. Yeah. Impressive. How do you condense time like that? I don't know. Oh wait, no. How does Thunder condense time like that? Okay, what's the ability of this card? Help. We're lost. We're lost in the sauce. I guess let me pull up beta cards. Let's see. Monster. Do we have a chaos monster? We don't. We don't even have the ability for chaos yet. I'm thinking every time a card is destroyed, it plays, like every time it destroys a card, the old god draws a spell or a curse. When a player card, or when this monster destroys a player card, it draws a curse. It reveals cards until it draws a curse, then reshuffles. There's probably a better way to word that. The ability is smack. It's kind of, this is kind of wizard, but spell, or but curse. So I don't know if that's interesting enough, but right, something like when a minion is destroyed, remove 1 unit equal to the stack of your choice. That's better. Yeah, I feel like it has to be curse centric. Yeah, it's Expedition Vessel but curse. No, it's more like mage, but well, it's a combination between Expedition Vessel and Wizard, which I think is what we talked about last time. Push-ups? I think it's push-ups. Because I did sit-ups with the kitten before. Draw till curse and reshuffle is good because he gives the player the same thing but positive. Yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. Chaos is gonna be tough to design because there's only so much you can do with curses. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I think it's mostly just bringing cards back from the curses back, you know? There's a better wording for this, which is, I guess, Expedition Vessel, right? My brain's not working anymore. That's the wrong one. This one.
When a monster destroys a player card, the OG. When a monster destroys a player card, reveal cards until... Wait, where did I just delete the... What did I do there? I don't know. My brain's broken now. I told you. When this monster destroys a player card, the old god reveals cards until it finds a curse. Play the curse, then reshuffle the rest. There we go. Oh god. So maybe we want to give it a sub-play style. I thought it did have one, but I can't remember what that is. Like how war has disables, potentially. Does this guy get to attack? How much HP? That's a great question. We do need to figure out his strength and his attack order. Strength. Yes, he attacks. He has to attack in order to trigger his ability currently, so... He attacks, but power-wise, I don't know. I'm feeling 7 personally. I feel like we've done a lot of 7s lately. Depends on if he what his attack order is. Determines what his strength is here. If he attacks weakest, then for sure he's then it would be lower, I would say. His strength would be lower if he attacks weakest. If it's attacks strongest, then probably higher. You gotta click the 20x button. Good luck understanding is doable. Definitely not. It only gives you 1 to 2 minutes per episode. Yeah, fair enough. We'll fly through the boring parts. Well, interesting parts too, but hey, beggars can't be choosers. True. Stronger structures than heroes can make sense. Yeah, I was thinking about that. What if it's strongest then hero, or then strongest structures, heroes, then lands? That is a new conceptually, right? We don't actually have anything that attacks structures, then heroes, then lands. This is actually a new concept. And then which case I think something like 7 would be good. Making it weaker would make a lucky draw for the players. Yeah, that's true. This is new, which is interesting, right? And kind of makes sense. Like, it destroys arcane buildings. Art attacks a structure already. Then if the structures are down, it goes for the heroes. Heroes get eaten, yeah. I like that. I also agree with you, Tuna, that it should have a higher strength with a good positive death effect. Otherwise, if we wanted to make it weaker, then we want to make the death effect a negative death effect. So I think this is good. It's a bit like, what's it called? It's a bit like Void Stalker. Well, the Void Stalker attacks weakest, I believe, right? It's probably the closest thing to it. I don't want to go to the beta. I just want to look at it, just make sure we're not doing too much overlap. Overlap. There we go. Yeah, Void Stalker attacks weakest, so that's different. Yeah, this feels unique enough. If you bard it, the copy of the positive death effect, right? Yeah. That could be really cool. Free spell per turn. Yeah. It's really good if you have like a mage or a bard in the mage deck. That'd be really good. Bard actually would be pretty good in the magic deck, honestly. With the exception that it requires a lot of units, which is kind of hard, but the attack order is also different. Yeah, but like usually like most attack orders, you're worrying about the first one, not the second one, but I like it. I think it's good. I'm a fan. I think it works. I think we made a good monster here today, I tell you what. Arcane's, yeah, it's gonna be 2 words. Arcane Siphoner. I was like, do we make it 1 word? But it's not really like a. Arcane is the thing. It's not like a title. Like, yeah, it's 2 words. It's for sure 2 words. Sorry, I'm getting confused here. When this monster destroys a player card, the old god reveals cards until it finds a curse. Play a curse and reshuffle. Play the curse and reshuffle the rest. Yeah, that's right. Curse is. So attacks. Oop. It attacks strongest, then structure, hero, land. Yeah, that is a new attack order we've never before seen. The positive death effect. Sorry, I'm just doing a bad job at jumping through things here. Okay, let's do. To upload the image. One day I'll make this look One day I'll make it look nice, but here we are. Well, okay, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna close out of this and then I'm gonna rename it. So it actually fits into the thing. Gosh dang it. I don't trust myself to spell anything, so. Okay. Arcane Siphoner, upload. Any monsters that attack lands, then heroes, then structures, lastly? I don't think so. It's probably the strongest attack order, probably, yeah. One stream fully dedicated to me, I feel honored, yeah, for sure. It's the Tebow stream. The Streambow. I was tempted to title the stream something like you know, related to your art, but like making Bobot, even though it's not Bobot anymore, but I just like saying Bobot. But I wasn't 100% certain because you weren't 100% certain that you were going to be here, so I wasn't, just kind of YOLO swagged it, you know? But yeah, it's your stream, the Tebow stream. We need to do this. Let's do this before I fluff it up. Let's reset. And we'll drag this down. Cool, and then we'll go here, and then beta, and then unlock, and then, you know what? Wait. There's one thing we didn't do. And it is very important. Oh, I've renamed it. Scheist. We have to have the microscopic name Easter egg like we do in the other cards. I suppose I could have put it, you know what? You know what might be a better one to do? Oh, wait. I have a better idea. Why is it not drawing? Hello? I'm so confused right now. Oh. Yeah. That checks out. Just draw it bigger and then... You can barely make it out, but that's her name right there. It needs to be in all the yeah, you can tell that's Tebow. Sorry, it had to be done. I think I may have forgotten it with some of the cards, to be honest, but... Okay. Now, in theory, we can refresh this and we'll be here. patches. It doesn't have the spell icon. We can clean this up a little bit. But yeah. So I've been looking into it a bit. You should start to eat more regularly, maybe snack more during the day. It will get your body out of the hyper metabolism better because you will let your brain know that you're not going through famine. And stick to the high density foods like meat, taters, rice, things that are just dense in calories. I like the idea of making the last card of the Old God patches a community effort, but it's way too early to lock in Neth having the mega boss. So hope we can think about that. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We just gotta figure out how that will work. Yeah, I think my breakfast wasn't ideal either. I'm sure I can eat as snacks though. Also, God engine would make sense because it's like the God enters the engine to pilot it. I guess that makes sense, yeah. What a card. Yeah, I need to do... I think I want to tweak a few things here, wording-wise, but... When a monster destroys a player card, the Old God reveals cards until it finds a curse. I think we could just say... plays it. Then reshuffles the rest. And then this should say spells because that is the keyword to make it work. I really should change how that works, but it's okay. Forgetting what tab. I prefer play the curse, reshuffle the rest. Yeah, this is just less words, which means it's gonna show up better. Well, maybe not. This definitely needs to have spells in it, but... Bro, that didn't send. Bro, I didn't send that? What? Is the rest? You didn't hit enter yet? Okay, gotcha. I just think this is a little shorter. I don't like how it has the comma. Maybe we can just get rid of the comma. And it will Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe Plays the Curse is better. Oops. Yeah, that works. Good enough for me. Okay, do some like homemade French fries or hash browns. Yummy, yummy. We have a thing in it's very like a very specific region of America where I grew up, but it's probably potentially doxing information, but here we are. It's something called a salt potato, where it's literally you just take potatoes and you boil it in like a pound of salt, and it's delicious, and you should try it. Basically just salt brining potatoes, but anyway. I had thought of prepping lunch the week instead of buying it daily. I live at home, so I'll have to work around parents' schedules and stuff, but could spend every Sunday. Yeah, I mean, meal prepping is a good idea. Sunday or Saturday or Sunday, cooking the meal and portioning it. Yeah. No, phone was wonky, maybe pressed too far and sent it, yeah. Only need 4 prepped lunches outside of the house. Rest should be in your home, yeah. I do like that. I make chili, pasta, sauce, curry, stews, other things like that. Yogurt. I'll cram into yogurt container and freeze. Yeah, makes sense. You eat a lot in the legume family. Bean better run. Nice. Need to think about what I can eat for the rest. I could use for the microwave. Also want... What do you think about a monster that is treated as a curse? Ooh, right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Mentioned it before, but it would obviously need to be some sort of effect that makes the fact that it's treated as a curse not become completely reliant on other cards. I'd almost maybe think of it the other way around and make a curse that is a monster. Kind of like how Arcane Construct is, right? So it would be a curse with an attack order that's played as a monster. And even if it's... It is interesting for the Chaos deck. But it does all... No, actually, the other way around does make more sense, because once it's played, it isn't treated like a curse anymore, right? So I guess it could just have a base effect that says this card is treated as a curse, and that could literally be its main effect. And so the old god, or the... Well, but then, like... I don't know. I don't know how that works. Or if it's even good, because like if it's getting in the way of curses that Chaos should be pulling, that gets kind of weird, right? I don't know. It's interesting. I like the idea, but hard to say. The issue is that there are more slots for monsters. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that as I was contemplating it. I kind of had to close my eyes and think because my brain's starting to be fried. It's actually interesting because, like, I think about it and I'm like, man, like, after streams, I'm hardly able to get anything done. But, like, I looked it up and, like, they say most people have, like, 4 hours of, like, true productivity a day, like, max. Like, yeah, you'll get other stuff done, but, like, truly critical mental thinking, you only get, like, 4 hours of work done a day. And that's basically what this is, you know? This is my 4 hours, if not longer. So it's kind of interesting. Maybe I'll toss a recipe over in the Discord, and huge library of things I cook and freeze could help. Plus, cook for the house and haven't been kicked out over my food yet. There you go. Love it. Feel free. Need to have something on top of that, but makes the fact that it's a curse monster. I do like that idea. It is cool. I think it would be cool to be put into the deck for sure. There used to be a thing called Second Sleep. It's kind of been forgotten. People slept twice a day, like a nap. Second Sleep is a cool I don't know. Yeah, for sure. It's a cool name in general. But yeah, for sure. I've been looking through some of those ideas and interwebs. Most cold dishes like pasta, salad, and wraps and stuff. Yeah. Sounds like a Hobbit thing. Yeah. Just finished my Second Sleep just now. Nice. Welcome back. Look at the finished card. Wait, that's not it. This is it. There we are. That's him. I'm probably gonna get out of here before the ad goes. Sure, you can make multiple dishes, freeze most of them. You can have those. Don't have to eat them the same day. Yeah, if you freeze them, then it's just like, yeah. We have time to draw a little guy. We really don't. My brain is not working. My brain is done for. I also haven't eaten lunch. So, and it's 2:30 and I eat lunch at 12. So I am done. A monster could attack whatever a curse is drawn could work. Yeah. That'd be fine. Don't you find me. No guilt tripping, toot. Well, sir, thanks for entertaining our rambles. It's commendable or commemorable. I can't read. No guilt to be found here. Ooh, sorry, kitten. I just kicked you. I'm so sorry, little baby. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry, baby. She cares about 0%. I just backed into her. I didn't realize she was walking behind me. What am I doing? Sit-ups? Yeah. Is it sit-ups? It's sit-ups.
Commemorable. I was hooked on phonics. Hey Shibo just cheered 1 bits. One more cheer, go Beats go. Get that workout.
Thank you. Thank you, Tebow. Don't project on me. Okay, I'm sorry. I always feel like Fine has like a
negative connotation, right? Just laid down, yeah, and I kicked her in the face by accident. She's fine. Everything's fine. I was hooked on phonics. Now I'm $2.99. Perfect. Heck yeah. Okay, we're in an ad. Let me find someone to raid while we're adding. Oh, I'm so hungry. Who do we raid? Anyone know? So many artists. Are we in the art category? I guess we are. I was like, why are there so many artists popping up? What is this? I see wizards. And cats.
When you start French and have to learn how to speak the English words. Yay phonics.
Trying to see if this person's ending or if it's... Because they are at almost 5 hours also. It was very cute. I can't tell. We're gonna raid them. Let's do it. All right, y'all. It was good. Fun stream. I can't read anymore. My brain's done. It won't let me. Like a monster. Send it in stream chat. I'm raiding. I'm so hungry. Anyway, see you later, y'all. It was good. Yeah, we'll do more on Tuesday. We're kind of pushing to just get a bunch of other stuff, a bunch of stuff done, bunch of things. So we're mostly doing this all week. So anyway, bye, goodbye, goodbye.